For food crops, we still have not been able to overcome that. So play a role here because they know the field is regulatory. That Krishna Allah told no that if the regulatory hurdle is there, no investor, nothing will happen. So regulatory compliances has a huge role to play in innovation, and it is different for different sectors. I talked about genetic engineering, but same thing may apply to food for example, food sector. Similar maybe in the industrial sector or cell and gene therapy, cancer, and so many other fields. This is BIRAC is not a body to actually create. We are not regulators as such. Regulator is a CDSCO, but then we realize this problem, and as a stakeholder in this major stakeholder and enabler, we thought that what we can do. So we have created a body within BIRAC, which is regulatory and public policy, public advocacy group, which caters to the need of this whole regulatory compliances and other things. So what we do here, mechanism is that we talk to the startup who is facing the problem. This is a first hub we do every month actually, and the startups, and we there to mediate and see where the regulatory challenges are there, create awareness among startups and industries also, because sometimes these are unfounded also. It's not that all the regulatory challenges that keep on hearing is actually has some solid basis. Sometimes what happens is they are not aware of what are the regulatory overcome that, and we call CDSCO people also. I have consultants etc. to milk money. They will say no, this you do, blah blah, all these things, and it may not be required. So these are some of the issues I'm flagging because these are something that I am observing. The other thing that we are trying to do is to create policy papers or papers where regulatory pathways can be elucidated very nicely. For example, biosimilars. DBT has come up with biosimilars, guidelines, and along with CDS, etc. So functional foods, for example, cell and gene therapy. So, example, AI. How do you actually handle this in the regulatory framework? So what BIRAC is trying to do is we have subcategorized the whole field, life sciences area and biotechnology, and we have tried to set up a team to look into it and create a white paper, policy paper, and directly we are in touch with CDSU to give them all the inputs. And we also hold industry stakeholders meet very often. In this BioE3 policy, we had consulted 100 times, maybe more than that, groups, various cell and gene therapy, functional foods, industrial biotechnology, agricultural biotechnology and all, and took the inputs from the industry also, because that is, we have to take inputs from the industry to create this framework. Successful program and implementation has to happen. Invite, or what I request from the incubation managers and industry partners is to and also to put money. So 50% we put 5 crores, you put 5 patient of R&D and triple helix model, which has already talked about, is risk.
This show is all about you, the entrepreneur, your startup journey, your triumphs, your challenges, and everything in between. It's time to share your story with the world. And in this episode, we have very special guest with us, Kopula Vasundhara, the founder of D-Hub India. Vasundhara, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you so much. A wonderful evening to
Thank you
and all the viewers and listeners.
So, Vasundhara, let's start by understanding, D-Hub India. What's D-Hub India? We know it's an incubator for people with disability. I want to know from you as to what DHub is all about. What's the vision? What's the mission?
DHub, we are starting for financial independence for persons with disabilities. So the major challenges we are facing is lack of infrastructure, lack of education, lack of opportunities, and also social stigma and community. So every time we need to prove ourselves, we are capable to the society. So instead, when we are going for the opportunities, job opportunities, we are facing lack of infrastructure barriers first of all. So we can't get a solution, immediate solution to change this world, inclusive world. So instead of that, 80% of the PWD are living in rural areas. So they can't come for the cities, urban areas for job opportunities, even for livelihood. But when we give the suitable skills and tools for their livelihood, not only their livelihood, but their sustainability. So with these 10 years experience of with community services, I understand this. Then I started India's first business incubator for PWD. So different entrepreneurs hub. The main
Many
agenda is
congratulations.
financial independence.
Amazing work,
Thank you.
incubator dedicated for people with, a person
Yes,
with disability. Uh, you yourself are a person with disability,
yes,
and you were a journalist as well, right? You work for
yes,
multiple
yes.
media houses. So, tell us about your story. How did you come about? How did you take the decision to, start an incubator?
So actually, when I enter into my professional life, so I enter into from the professors or my teachers, my friends, even society also. But when I started to living myself, I face lot of discrimination. So I can't choose my dream job. I can't choose my dream education. So everywhere there is a problem, and people feeling anything, they're feeling that they are giving something great and favor. So I don't like that. And most of the things are happening with sympathy, not in a friendly nature or in an empathic way. So yeah, for everything I'm fighting with the people. So people feels that why this girl always fighting. And sometimes I feel that why I am every time arguing with the people, why can't I do a different approach. So instead of rising opportunities, instead of fighting with the people, let's deal with the people in a friendly way. So because the lack of awareness is there in non-disabled community, then I slowly started to approach people. So this is my condition. Even to explain about my disability also, I am suffering with polio. I need these facilities. So even I can't sit in wheelchair long hours. So I need these sitting facilities. Like that, I'm approaching with employers or friends, and even with the NGOs and government. So in that journey, I understand that so we can't change immediately this society. So if we have money, so we can't ask anything for free, or we can't dependable on others. We can do ourselves whatever we need. So for that we need money. So for money, what we do, either job or business. So for doing jobs, the infrastructure we can't change immediately. We can't change others' mindset. So then we need to empower our community people with a lot of the tools and skills, even communication. So then I decided to start a incubator. So it's okay. Already we have lot of incubators in Hyderabad. We are in a global perspective. Everybody looking for support with the T hub, V hub. That's the way we have the. But we don't have accessibility in any incubator in Hyderabad. Sorry to say this. Actually, that is the major problem. Then I immediately start my incubator. So we are providing accessible infrastructure and entrepreneurship development program, 12 months program. And also if they want to start their business, we are going to offer them co-working spaces. And if they have innovation ideas, we are going to offer makerspace. So these are the overall structure of D Hub. Then I take some international training in Kantari organization. So recently I graduated from that Kantari organization.
Well,
And
that's commendable.
this
Really
year
cool.
to cohort with 5 beneficiaries.
And apart from training, are there any tie-ups with banks or investor community to provide funding or scholarships for the beneficiaries or for people who get incubated with you?
Yes, yes. We have the 12 months program, that is pre-incubation, incubation, and acceleration, three stages. And we are offering scholarships for the beneficiaries for this training program. We are raising funds, crowdfunding from the people. And we are now we are going to tie up with ecosystem partners like T-Hub, V-Hub, T-Works, TCIC, and CBIT, and we have secured 20 collaboration in this year. And our 5 beneficiaries are finished. We launched them in a DHub launch pad. They're pitching their ideas in front of investors. So that is the this year achievement. And coming to the bankers and investors, we are very new to the ecosystem, and also people have even people also understand this is new to them also. What they are thinking is we are unfit for businesses, and we are in the unproductive sector. So through this our initiation only now we enter them into the productive system. Of course, we have a lot of success stories of entrepreneurs, the PWD entrepreneurs, but we don't have a publicity. So that is a problem. So now I am making them to understand that we are capable. So once check with their profile and interact with them, then if you are okay with give your support. I am discussing with bankers and investors. At present we are not typing any bankers, but we are going.
Any particular that is personally inspiring to you or you feel pretty close to? Can you share with our audience?
So one of our beneficiary, she's amazing in in March and August, and we have some particular timelines. So through this, I am raising sponsorship, and I'm using those money for this community welfare. So this year only, I started my foundation, Section 8 company for the operations of D Hub. Through View Medias, I have 10 years. Actually, this year we have a 10th anniversary. So I enter into the community welfare and even for the event management as an entrepreneur. I'm very happy. Lot of challenges I've overcome. I face lot of losses, lakhs of rupees I lost in the entrepreneurship journey, but I learn everything personally. No, there is no guide, mentor, guide for me. So it's all personal learnings. So now I have all the skills, capabilities, tools, how to manage financial things and all the professional and even for the team people. So I get all the knowledge with this 10 years experience. So I'm very happy for that. And also, I'm the only.
And for that, very rightly, you were given the award, Seva Ratna, award by
Yes, Visishta
ICSC.
Sevaratna.
Yes.
And
So,
I'm very proud to I received award from the Chanda Kochar ICICI Bank Advantage Women Award. on the hands of Vidya Balan and Chanda Kocher. This is a national award for me. So who the women who are working without any support within their funds are so like that around 1300 members participated. Only 3 people got this award. I'm also one of them. So I'm very proud of her that award, and even receiving Visishta Seva Ratna Award from the hands of Chandrababu Naidu Garu. So that is also one milestone.
Yeah, definitely, you are an inspiration for a lot of people out there, and especially for PWDs that they can look up to you and say,
Yes,
we also can do that, right? That's and many congratulations, and I really wish you all the very best, and to your organization, D Hub
they
India.
have. Yes.
So are there any schemes from the government or corporates that entrepreneurs with disability can access to?
Actually, there is no opportunities in the government sector. Even recently, MSME also they remove PWD community. Actually, in the MSME schemes also. So we don't know government policy makers why they are forgetting us. Actually, this is a very sad thing in the government sector, and also in the ecosystem. There is a lot of technologies are there, there is lot of funds are going, and even every time investors are coming and they invest hordes of money in our ecosystem, mainly incubators. So there are a lot of startups are coming, but why people are not thinking about PWD community? So if they started 100 companies, at least 10 companies need to be for PWD. So services and infrastructure. Even it's very sad to know to share that even in the T hub, even we don't have a accessible washroom. That is the sad thing in the ecosystem. So when since 1 year I am trying for collaborate with the incubators, I am not securing any accessible space for residential program. It's very hard even when we are approaching for the.
To be our responsibility as MyStartup TV. We'll do that.
Yes, whenever you start any I mean office or whatever, you think about accessibility. That is your responsibility. When people feel that responsibility, the ecosystem will be more inclusive. Then we don't need any other special spaces for running our programs, or even our lifestyle also will be more easy.
But I mean, when you said, even T Hub does not have, access for people with disability, that just proves the point that even at that level,
It's a
the plans
technology hub.
are top level, they're not thought of
Yes,
it.
yes, it's a technology hub. Why don't they create a separate space for PWD?
So
Why
what I'm
don't they are not giving entrepreneurship training for PWD? That is my question. I
I
see
think
Vasundhara. No, there is no need of Vasundhara. There is no need of D Hub. They have a super technology infrastructure. Lot of team members, funds are there. But why don't they giving some space for PWD? That is my question. Even when they are offering co-working space, but what should I do? So when I take one seat, I see that is not. I don't need office for me. I need space for training. In that, even we have T Hub. Any other incubators don't have a accessibility infrastructure for these training programs.
Let's say you were to get a real estate space, a training space, physical space. Uh, do you think the number of people attending would go up exponentially than what you've done now online? Or given the fact that people are going to be across India, an
Yes.
online would be better way, or an hybrid model, both physical and online? Which kind of model would you go for?
Online will be suitable for only few lessons. For suppose, for this Uligama case, we can she learned tailoring. That is a traditional tailoring, but now she need fashion tailoring things. So so when we are giving online training, one so the fashion designer how to train her. Okay, even though she will learn in that online. What about customer behavior? How to approach customers? This kind of practical learning. We make our curriculum in that 1 month mentorship are there. They need to visit boutiques and they are sitting in with the fashion designer and they are learning all those practical things. How to handle customers and financial literacy, how to handle accounts, and what kind of clothes are there, and where they are buying, vendors. Those learnings need practical things. So it won't possible with the online training. Even they're living in a 1 BHK area, I mean rural area. They're very below poverty line people. Most of the disabled people are depending on pensions 4,000 to 6,000. So they will disturb with the family members and all the problems. When they're sitting at one particular area, they will focus on training only. That is the we need residential program. It won't happen with the online training. And also I'm not giving every time training. Within 4 months they will learn everything, spoken English to entrepreneurship skills, innovations, pitching, everything. So even if they don't start businesses also, with those skills, they will live themselves with the job opportunities or anything, any opportunities. It is completely transform their life. It's not only about the entrepreneurship training.
Finally, for D Hub India, what's the future plans going forward?
We launched our next cohort, national-wide cohort. We are taking people from all over the India. So for that, we are planning to raise scholarships, and immediately we need accessible space. So D-Hub Center, we need more funds, we need support. So our next plan to secure accessible space is the first agenda. And after that, I want to build a campus for the D-Hub for co-working spaces and maker space. So for that, I am approaching Telangana government to allot a land and some funds for this campus building. And
Well,
also we are
Vasundhara,
launching a health campaign for disabled pregnant women, Curves of Strength. So we are come up with a documentary and awareness campaign.
well, Vasundhara, that's amazing work that you're doing there, and
Thank
you're an
you.
inspiration for a lot of people out there. And we wish
Thank
you
you.
all the very best. As MyStar TV, we'll be more than happy to associate and help you, be part of your journey in whichever way possible. So thank you
Thank
very
you
much
so
for
much.
being on our show. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
it's wonderful to be here. I think all of you know more about what you're going to talk about in the next 2 hours. You've done it, you rolled your sleeves, you dirtied your hands, hopefully not the products, and then taken things to really make a transformative impact on the lives of patients. I think my center point is how I'm going to impact lives of patients. Right? This is really at the center point of what you're going to do for a new technologies that we've been talking about for the last 15 years. But perhaps the trigger point for a cascade impact has come now. I sent an email this morning. It was just a draft, so we'll go along. I'll keep the time. That's the only thing I know to do in the last 15 years. My request is to keep that patient centricity while you are intervening with your perspectives. I won't do a round the table because it'll take 2 hours itself to do that. First, and my appreciation to IKP, the Panvita 25th year, a lovely, wonderful ecosystem that she and her team have created here. Sangeeta, Vishu, many others I can't see, have been really major sharp vectors for transformation of this ecosystem. So big round of applause for them to start with. To both the sides, I have the pleasure. Actually, I'm the novice here. Let me be very honest about it. My background is molecular biology and manufacturing, and I work for Big Tech, which is part of MolBio. As it's an R&D arm of MolBio, around 80 to 100 scientists, engineers. And I'm also building another biomedical research foundation called Blockchain for Impact. You can see that on LinkedIn. I will then pass on initial comments by Professor Pavan Dhar to my left, who will then pass the baton to Professor Rabindranath Mukhopadhyay. Lovingly, we call him Robinda, whom I have known again for the last 20 years. And then I think as my pointers were, we'll probably pick 7 to 8 speakers, 3 minutes of intervention about just laying the ground for this. I don't know. You don't have a bell, right? For 3 minutes.
We can clap the bell. We can clap actually.
Thank you. And then initially we want to talk about what is the need of the hour, what are the challenges. Then of course talk about quality systems, safety, efficacy, regulatory, and all of that you want to talk. Then go to, this is interesting. Everywhere I see, this is something coming out of academia being taken by big companies, even in India. That, we talk about NESCA 19, Immuno Act, that also came out of IIT Bombay with hospitals, TMH. So how is that partnership going to help? And finally, what is the call to action for India? What we should be doing. Hopefully, Vishu and Sangeeta have promised me that they'll put this together into a white paper. And at least the least we can do is to send it to people we know at Niti Aayog and other places. I'll stop there. Pavan?
Thank you. Very good morning. It's an honor welcoming you all to this wonderful session that perhaps a few years back we wouldn't have perceived. My name is Pavan Dhar. I was till recently with JNU and now I am in Kochi, setting up the Center for Synthetic Biology and Biomanufacturing. It's exciting because the way science is moving forward and getting translated into real world applications, we are looking at, currently if you look at the numbers, there is something like $7 billion market already there in this section. And the predictions are that it's going to grow 20% in the next decade, this decade and the next. So therefore, it is the right time for us to navigate our pathways, whether they are conceptual, they are regulatory, and there is funding issue, and then End of the day, we really want to work together and create a united force. That would be making some impact. And we wouldn't have imagined this few years back because we are still scared of gene therapy. A lot of issues coming with that. But then the science is moving so fast. It's wonderful to see that we are today talking about real world applications, and a lot will come from your side. You're all domain experts. It'll be nice if people also share their personal experience with the cell and gene therapy. We would really like to know as much hands-on as possible, and then build some kind of consensus and move forward. We're diving deep into this session. So thank you very much once again, and warmly welcome you. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you and good morning to everybody. Having been associated with, phenotypically you can make out that I'm almost a fossilized person in the field of science, which is moving so fast. But being associated with BIRAC from its inception, with IKP for several years, I'm a little bit familiar with what is the issues, and having some first-hand experience during my working time with cell and gene therapy related field. What are the major problems we are having? The supply chain, the raw materials you need for cell and gene therapy. Hardly anything is available in the country to make it, if I won't say cheaper, but to make it affordable level in comparison to the cost you pay abroad. It is very difficult, very challenging. So yesterday only I was discussing with Dr. Ghosh about all these issues. So we have many challenges. We have challenges in having easy availability of synthetic media. We are having challenges in GMP facility with large amount of vector preparation. We have a shortage of trained people to get into and making high level, scale level production of these items. Your scale has to be major, huge. We take a cue from China that just by sheer scale, they dominated the market. We had, unfortunately, some very slow pitch development in the manufacturing section, till some years back, some decades back, decade and a half back. And we have to really speed up in the manufacturing section for all these different items we need for cell and gene therapy to really cope up with the demand and really supply the deliverables properly. So those are real major issues, and we can discuss on that. We can harp on what are the problems you face. Even if you get funding, there are major issues for getting these raw materials, which are needed at every step of cell and gene therapy, which is a high capex demanding technology. It's not like small molecule synthesis. So we can touch upon these issues so that the white paper have these issues placed in proper forum. Thank you.
I was just doing, Vishu, I and Pavan were doing a little bit on check on what's the market like. It seems that there are around 115 approved CGTs across the world, 111 up to quarter 2023. 73 of them are cell-based therapies. 11 are genetic modification. 14 are that involve gene transfer. Okay, so the experts among you may know. And 24 seem to be in RNA-based drugs. Okay, so that's the play it is until middle of 2023. FDA has been, as you know, very active, including, creating a couple of policy like National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences. They have also something called an Optimus, where they are looking at data and making sure that the regulatory compliances can be streamlined for across many countries that part of the FDA game. So how do we do that here in India? All of that could be one. Interestingly, also, I think, and both of them said, and all of you know, heterogeneity, because if it is, and each patient has gone through different experience, maybe chemo. So what is it, the cells that get derived, it is not homogeneous across several places. So how do you do it if it is autologous? He mentioned about supply chain, and we saw about COVID what happens when we're highly dependent on few countries for supply chain. So what we do on that. So as you would remember from my email this morning, what we do is, if we can, I think there is one person who couldn't come, Venkat, unfortunately has not feeling well. So I'll bring in one or two more people. I would request a 3-minute intervention, just so that, and it's up to you, especially talking about what he mentioned and what Pawan did. Really, what is the need of the hour now, right? What are the big things on a white paper that we want to put? How do you define the landscape? And, when you talk about challenges, we can be all frustrated. So, but let's talk about challenges, right? I will I'll probably game it. I won't go through the sequence of the names that I've written. Why not we start with Arun Anand?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor. And thank you very much to IKP and the organizers for having me. It's always a bit of a bother to be put on the spot first. But I'll try and make a few comments linked to my experience in the cell and gene therapy space. I'm a physician.
It's up to you whether you want to be Sehwag or whether you want to be Rahul Dravid.
If the industry knows me, I'm not Dravid. Few things that I think which are important, and Robinda, you've connected on a few things there that are important. But from an industry perspective and from a physician's perspective of treating patients in need, we have to think about the products that are used for treating patients with cell and gene therapy interventions a little differently than traditional mass, large-scale interventions. There are three things that come to mind. The first one is, if we are going to leapfrog, the first two products that have come into the country, one from IIT, one from MIMINEEL, are in some senses a validation of efforts that have already happened elsewhere. The target is the same, the products may be different. But if we look at what the potential is for cell and gene therapies globally, and if we think about what we need to do as a country and as a nation of people who want to see new things come to our patients, we have to break away a little bit from our typical mindset, which has worked for the last 75 years, which is India first. And the reason I say that is because in being India first, you become more myopic and trying to serve the nation itself, but fall out of step with what's happening globally. So maybe we should take a little bit of a stance there and say, it's India first globally, so that there is no dichotomy between what we develop in India in terms of processes, in terms of technologies, interventions, approaches, regulatory reform, and integration of academia, hospitals, physicians, and industry into an ecosystem that is keeping pace with what's happening in the West. In the case of MABs, for example, we were about 25 years behind because of certain considerations linked to dual-use technology. The same continues with cell and gene therapies, because essentially you're using viral vectors for transfection, and there are certain technologies linked to viral vectors which can become used for other nefarious purposes. But the difference between what has happened in the cell and gene therapy space for India in terms of access has changed from a 25-year lag to a 6-year lag. Commensurate to that, I'd like to point out that the MAB's journey in the development of new technologies didn't evolve over the last 25 years. People still use CHO cells, still use different types of processing, and you do reduce the overall cost of manufacturing by continuous process flow. But in the case of cell and gene therapy products, the heterogeneity of development means that there are at least a zillion new technologies that are emerging in the cell and gene therapy space, all in parallel. You've got advances in types of viral vectors. You're people thinking about moving into in vivo directly without having to ever expand. You're having different types of constructs, not just targeting one, but multiple targets. You've got people developing ways in which you can regulate these cells once they are injected. You have RNA starting to play a very important role in how you transfect, at the same time also used as an intervention for therapeutics. This is a huge plethora or a universe that no single company or entity can fathom the breadth at which this space is happening. We often think that industry will lead it in India, but industry is also failing here because they are finally caught about by two things. What's the return on investment that's made in some of these things? And second, do we have the skill sets and the intellectual repertoire to be able to fathom all that's happening in this entire universe, to pick the 4 or 5 things that are really going to make a difference from an industry point of view? Hence, there's absolutely no other alternative but to think of this cell and gene therapy initiative problem as a ecosystem problem. And therein starts the problem, because industry does not fully recognize what's happening in academia. Academia in India is not fully in sync with what's happening in industry from an industry interest point of view. The regulators are trying to catch up with several things that have happened from a technology point of view, but also regulations. They're finally driven by the spirit of the law, and the law takes forever to keep pace. So this ecosystem is playing a part in 3 things. 1, the pace at which talent needs to develop is slower than what is expected to fathom this intellectual space that's evolving, because we are not investing in some of these things which are starting points, like raw materials, process engineering, availability of facilities, and ability for people in the space to get funded for new things that have not yet been identified. And the third, funding. So all these 3, because when you ask a person who's investing, the first question they'll ask is, okay, how exciting is it? What's the chance of success? What other ways are people looking at it that can make it seem that it is de-risked?
Got it.
So the 2 things that investors can possibly, because I've gone through 3 rounds of funding and I have battle scars for it, but the key thing that people have to understand as investors is fundamentally risk is there. And Indian ecosystem on risk investments is still very, very early.
Great point. I think we'll touch upon this, Arun. Fantastic. The couple of things that you said really aligned with me. It's an ecosystem problem. So, it's neither going to be solved only by the industry or only by the academia, and all things about raw materials and all. Ravinda, you wanted to?
I just want to touch up 2 points that came in mind. Very valid points. I've harped on these issues many times. Unfortunately, still, the whole, our academic setup, systems, the rules which govern that, had some issues also. Academia and industry has not come in harmony because of still some mistrust among them, frankly speaking. I had been in basic research. I was telling that in basic research field, still, it is a white-collar job. People who are developing technologies, they are just hammer and sickle people. This type of attitude is there. There is a caveat here. If academic person getting a fund for developing with industry some product or some process, at the end of the day, after 5 years, that academic person is still evaluated for promotion on the basis of publication. So a project comes, Satta takes his student to work on that. PhD students wants a publication. So slowly, the attention goes in publication more instead of solving the practical issues. For
very well pointed, Ravinda.
I think this is an inherent system defect. If you can't solve this, it's very difficult. You can say that somebody said in government, in Indian system academia, you are coming in 35 years, it is very difficult to throw you out if you don't do any work also.
Right.
My director told once.
Let's touch upon this. Let's touch upon this later when we have those time-bound, categories to discuss upon. But how does industry academia work? That perennial question that we've been always looking at for the last 20 years. And this is again a new technology. I worked as a CEO of NMICPS, which is National Mission for Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, 25 institutes, and we'll reflect on that. But this is a perennial problem. I should have started with Reena. Reena being possibly the only, the two women represented here in this round table. Reena, what's your reflection for 3 minutes? And Reena from Jidus Group.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me opportunity to share my thoughts regarding cell and gene therapy. So I have actually worked for CAR-T projects for 2 different industries so far. And what I have realized is that the industry itself has a very, business-driven attitude towards this particular field. And because of that, it is always going to have a limited amount of risk appetite, I would say. We all have this Me Too kind of mindset, and it's very difficult for the farmers to really come out of that mindset just because they want to also make a lot of profit out of the things. But cell and gene therapy is different as compared to the regular pharma kind of stuff. So we also need to think in terms of the business model as to how these cell and gene therapy novel products, if at all we are able to, of course, make, because what I also see is there's a lot of resistance in terms of trying out different technologies, different novel things. Although people are excited, a lot of work is going on abroad, but when it really comes to India, there is as he very rightly pointed out, just CD19 is the only thing that people are working upon. Maybe Dr. Reddy's is doing BCMA, but that's also again something which is already approved drug product. So I personally think that a lot of work also needs to happen in terms of the framework of the mind with which we approach cell and gene therapy. The other thing that I personally feel is that a lot of evolution needs to happen at the regulatory front as well. Because unless and until regulatory framework becomes more concrete, even these products which are already tried and tested outside, they face a lot of more challenges to come to the patients. So that's something which I personally feel that if the regulatory framework becomes more concrete, that really helps.
And that nicely ties up with what Arun said about, make in India, but globally. The lovely phrase that he used, I think I wrote it down, India first globally. Right? And unless we align our regulatory boundaries like that, that is...
And also I would say that the regulators should not just try to see things from the FDA perspectives, because they have a very different markets. They have a very different need. What happens is most of the times, even the guidelines that come out, they are just like, trying to copy paste whatever has been done outside.
FDA leads and the rest of the world follows mentality, right?
Yeah.
So how do you overcome that? Great points. Any other point, Reena?
I mean, if we are running out of time, it's fine.
Yes. Okay, thanks. So 2 from this side, let me go to this side now. They will say that, we've been ignored. Let's start with the young man who does 2 things. A lot of young men here. Who is in India and also in Spain and France, and now shifted from Vellore to Pune, whom I'm talking about, Vaibhav.
So thank you, first of all, and I'll try to stick to 3 minutes. And it's a very counter perspective that I have here. I generally, and Lentistem was started when I was transitioning from academia to industry. And the question that we were discussing with my founders, co-founders, were not these problems. To start something, I would like all of you to imagine what have been the good industries in India. If you look at IT, it was able to prosper. And of course, raw material means that computer was the only thing we could get once and it can stay with us forever. But there were other industries we had in past, like textile. And if you learn from those industries, what exactly led to demise of those industries or rise of those industries? And the core are actually 2 things here. First is people. If you don't have people, because these industries are not on the on the land. You can import all Boston tomorrow here in India, but you can't make a single product because you don't have people. People want to be there. You will train people and then they could love to be there. Okay, so the question is, can you create, I think, ecosystem part? The ecosystem is not only about those materials but also about the men and women. And second thing, IP. And I think maybe Arun may not like it, but we are all using those cars designed by somebody else. Okay, we are not designing ours. Why? Because it's risky. But our population is different. We should be working on them, and it's not that we are not going to do. It's just that we are not doing in advance. We have 6-year lag. The new cars will come from India, which are IP protected in India, will be again 25 years, like maps. So there are two parts to it. One is, yes, people, we need to find or create an ecosystem where young people, I think there are like 8 students behind me sitting here. They all love to stay in Hyderabad or Bangalore or in that industry, created by Immuni, in like Sahara. Okay, it's not a good name today maybe, but Subrato Ghosh created in Lucknow a place where people who don't want to live in Lucknow also would love to go and live in Sahara city. Reason? It was people loved it, right? So you need to create places where people can create intellectual property and stay. That's one important thing. And I know people are going to be talking about raw material and other things. And one last point is, don't cut their thumbs like we did for textile people. And what is cutting thumbs in terms of CGT today? Okay, I know it's a very vague example, but in our case, cutting thumbs generally means cutting livelihoods, okay, cutting salaries, not having enough support for a prolonged time when you know the industry requires 5 years to 10 years to develop a drug. We need to think about PhD fellowships or postdocs, or the industry has to think about a rising scale of pay or something where they stay there with the company or with the lab for longer times. That is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. So people, IP, making our own raw materials here, including constructs and all of that. Great points. Thank you, Vaibhav. Let's move. I'll bring in now Subhra, my good friend Subhra, who is to my left.
Hi, good morning to all. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I think this is a fantastic platform, and thanks to IKP for bringing me in. And I think morning I like what Arun said. You're the new kid in this domain. Honestly, yeah. In cell and gene therapy domain, it's a new experience for me. But my major experience is in vaccine, and I spent some time in BIRAC to understand the ecosystem. And this is true. I mean, a true reflection that I can give basically what is required today to bring the CGT to the next level, because this has the maximum potential. I mean, we all know that what kind of potential it's cell gene therapy. So. And it is a combination. It can create havoc. I mean, total disruption with respect to the therapeutic domain. And we are looking into this when so many molecules are already into the market. India is already in the map, and I think we need to bring it forward. So coming from, I mean, taking some lessons from the BIRAC perspective, I'm just saying that COVID time, I mean, really we have made a history like fighting COVID, totally having things within India. I mean, making things from India. And how we did that, I mean, there are certain things that what we learned there may be translated into the cell and gene therapy. One is that ecosystem. I think everybody talks about that ecosystem that is required. But what kind of ecosystem basically we need to have? I feel that both in Mission COVID Suraksha and in NBN program, there is a program called Translational Research Consortium. I think you create the ecosystem, but you create this more, and there actually brings lot of people together, and they're focused to develop something. And we know that cell and gene therapy is very complex. I mean, biosimilar, when we started first, everybody was struggling that how you characterize that to prove the similarity, right? The glycosylations, it's so complex. And I remember the company name called Momenta. I think all the people who worked here, they came across this moment. I mean, they were experts in that one. So this kind of expertise, and we need to have even more. The second challenge that biosimilar we faced at I think we spoke that monoclonal antibody, okay, we were still not to that level because of the scale. The scale like Korea or the Singapore or other countries they have gone to, we were nowhere close to that one. And I think that was infrastructure, how much investment you required, we're not able to provide. But for cell and gene therapy, I think we are capable of go to the scale. I mean, it is not too high. We can make it in India, I mean, definitely. And all these materials, I mean, to become a self-reliant, I think all this material required for cell and gene therapy. I was in a meeting in cell and gene therapy conference in Vellore, and it was a very nice meeting. The people came from all across the world, and what they were talking about, the two things. One is the challenges, like when you the stem cells, if you're using for the therapy, maybe it worked in phase 1, but when you go to the phase 2 or phase 3, it is failing. There are a lot of products that has come using this mesenchymal stem cell specifically. It did not go through because it failed in phase 2 and phase 3, although it has a good success in phase 1 or in the preclinical. So the manufacturing, even if it is in a scale down model, but it is not so simple. So there are a lot of complexity. We have to understand that one. What works for AAV may not work for lentivirus. So it needs to be different. The other one, the raw materials required for any, especially cell therapy, cytokines, I think it is around 75% of the cost of the overall the product cost. And I think when you talk about make in India for the global market, we need to think about the cost as well, because I don't think we can produce a therapy which costs $1 million. It is impossible. I mean, even if it is going for the global, it is not going to be sustainable. So when we talk that we will do it in India, let us make it more self-reliant, get people come together. I think good to see that USP today, they're making standards, and I think which is very important. And we already have some things which is required to make these products and compare with something else. I mean, which is very important. And similar organizations should come together, create a consortium, and then create the ecosystem. So that's, I think, from my perspective.
Thank you, Subra. I think you kind of pointed to the mission mode approach that we took during COVID time. And NBM, we were both at NBM as well as being the director of operations at Virac at really the crucial time. Something that we should learn, you mentioned about biosimilar experience, I think around 2007, 8, 9, 10, all those, we're scratching our heads what to do. And then finally the guidelines came out. And that's great. And of course, different vectors, manufacturing standards, all of that. So we will do touch upon that in more extensive way later on. Let me now bring in Ambarish Saxena.
So thanks for that. Thanks for the opportunity, Dr. Dash. And I think instead of like you introduced that yourself that you are a novice, so I would say that all of us, including the whole globe, is a novice in this subject. We are still learning. We are nowhere near the where we are with the MABs. We are not even covered 10% of it as far as CGT is concerned. And I'm okay right now with ISO Tirupati, but I want to share my perspective and my learnings with for Lonza as and I'm coming from a service sector industry, so I would like to touch upon that. And also with Pfizer, where we were working on the discovery aspect. So like Professor Mukhopadhyay clearly mentioned that, and Dr. Dar also, that it's academia which has been driving the discovery part. But if you look at from a service industry, we have been always lagging behind. We have missed the bus during the MAP days also. And we are doing the same possibly while we are looking at the CGT also. Now, for example, we have learned it hard way from the MAP that platform approach is the best approach. When we were doing some 10, 12 years back, when even we started doing MAPs, we didn't really had a platform approach to that. So the productivities were less than 1 gram per liter. Endocrine was there. And we were looking at something which were always filing a regulatory hurdle. But now we are in a stage where we have a platform approach. So for example, in CGT, what Lonza does special is for everything, even before they start commercializing anything, any service, they develop a platform first. And this is what I feel that, when we expanded to Guangzhou in China also, the Lonza's platform, the platform approach helps. For example, many of the customers, right, the Lonza customers or clients, when they came to Lonza, they developed their therapies in a serum media, for example. Now that's a big no. Everybody understands the moment you go to regulatory, you would have to have an AOF, you have to have a chemically defined media. Now why not start with it right away while we are at discovery stage, because that would save some time. But for that, we need a media. For example, many people don't undermine the importance of hydrolysates in a media. Now, hydrolysates are very, very detrimental to any kind of CGT application, while they are critical for a CHO cell lines. So that's the key difference there. We do not, an example, in-process analytics. Now, that is completely ignored topic as far as CGT is concerned. We do not even consider that as a CGT. And then, of course, apart from that, one more thing where we still lack that in MABs also is the process characterization. Now, that's a high revenue business, process characterization. And from a service industry, many people only look at process development and then doing a tech transfer. But if you do process characterization in a scaled down validated models, which is the need of the hour, this should be developed essentially. A scaled down validated model which can actually reduce the cost and the time also from that perspective. And looking at I'm not touching upon the policy that many of us have spoken, so I'm not touching upon that. But one point, China, right? I've been hearing China, so there's no need to be afraid of that. Now the Biosecure Act is there, right? We will get the service sector here. It's you like it or not like it, it's either India or to some extent Vietnam or Indonesia, where it will go. Singapore cannot have the space to expand. So it's a service sector which is coming here, and we have to welcome that. And if we are not ready for that service sector welcoming, we might miss the bus. So discovery is one part which is critical. But again, I would say in CGT this is a nice opportunity for industry academia collaboration also, where let the discovery be still in the labs. In US that happens. In US most of the CGT actually is coming in from academic labs, and then the industries are looking only at process development, process characterization. So that saves a lot of time. And so I would say that the Chinese policy, China +1 and the Biosecure Act, global present geopolitics scenario, we are positioned right from a service sector industry. And if you think from a service part, I think that would do a better job than rather only focusing on core discovery aspects of it. Right. And one more thing, Professor Mukhopadhyay, you're talking, I just thought that, while we are giving away the funds, right, present day scenario, also from my present experience, while we are, and the funding agencies are calling for calls for funding and all, they are mostly focusing on discovery aspect. They are not focusing on platform development. Nobody has, in my view at least, maybe I'm wrong, I have not heard a call which is saying that develop a platform for a particular technology and we will give you money. They mostly say that, okay, you work on a particular aspect, you get that money, and then you do it. So of course, in end, it will end up in a publication kind of a scenario where we are, like Professor Mukhopadhyay really, judged it very nicely and thanks to your experience, that is absolutely normal. That will happen, right?
Great points, Ambarish.
Right.
And especially looking at how service sector can play a role in India. And thanks for your very optimistic outlook for the
next. I don't know if optimistic.
Well, you said let's not fear China.
Let's not be afraid.
That's true. Let's not be afraid of that. So I'll pass on to Lars, our fabulous director at CDFD, and let him reflect on everybody's pointing in academia. You are batting for academia here.
Yeah, so I think Robin will, I'm going to take a leaf from where Robin left off. The mistrust is from both sides, right? So the mistrust is both from the academia for the industry and the industry towards the academia. The academia thinks that we are going to be used as a pair of hands, and basically industry is going to breathe down our necks, and then they're not going to allow us to do any discovery. The industry thinks that these people take money and then run away with it and then do what they feel like, and then ultimately nothing ends up doing that. Unfortunately, that's true. I mean, as much as we would like to hide behind the curtains, that's has been the case. Having said that, there have been several success stories, and the success stories have been largely because of a dialogue that has happened, and nurtured these interactions. And that can't happen just as a one-time investment that an industry comes and says that I think you have this and you can do this, and the academia says I know I can deliver it for you, but it's not going to happen. The second point that particularly for CGT that I think is that we don't have enough clinicians here. For example, I mean, we do have somebody who have been physicians. All of these dialogues cannot mean much unless you involve the clinicians here, because you really don't know what the unmet needs are. You really don't know what the diversity and the spectrum. And Satya, you did speak about heterogeneity. India is particularly a bigger problem because of the genetic diversity that we have, and it's going to be much worse than just copying the West. And in fact, what Arun said is that India First Global is useful because what we can deliver will be applicable to the rest of the world, because we potentially will take care of the heterogeneity that exists in the population. So clinicians have to be involved. The third point that I'm going to highlight is that, no offense, this is a great forum, but what do we do after this? We all go back, we all feel good, we said some things that were useful, all of them relevant, but what do we do after this, right? I think we need to form task forces and identify people who will go door to door, knock on the industry and the academia, and make sure that we do this in an altruistic manner and set up some verticals that deliver at the end of the day and make some things which are sure shot success stories. Otherwise, this divide continues to remain. Two more points. On the science part, as much as CGT has to work, I think we also have an enormous opportunity to utilize what are called chemogenetic approaches, because we have fantastic chemists in India, we have fantastic molecular biologists in India. I think we are missing the chemogenetic approaches because you can also bring in a tunable response, which is missing if you just simply do a cell and gene therapy base. How do I see it from an academia? For example, we are leading as part of CDFT to set up the first bioinnovation cluster in India, which will have all academia and all industry at one place. The discussions are ongoing on. We have been told that state will also provide additional land. The idea is to set up centers of excellence of the academia, of each of the institutions that are present in the Hyderabad sector, and ask them to own a vertical. It could be a MAB, it could be metabolic engineering, it could be vector generation, it could be anything.
And how do you foresee industry involvement in the COEs?
So the industry involvement would be, if you have a larger industry, you can actually help set up GMP facilities that could not only be useful for you, but also be useful for startup ecosystems. Now, we all talk about ecosystems, but are we doing enough to make this ecosystem happen? And here again, like I said, this began about 2 weeks ago, and then in fact now we are going from institute to institute to make sure that we have a buy-in from every institute in Hyderabad. We already have 3 institutes come in board, and we have 4 more. We're very keen to get this thing.
And you have the funding earmarked already?
Yeah, no, that's not there. That's where it becomes very tricky, right? What is it? Who has the skin in the game? So unless you identify who has the skin in the game, all of these discussions will be futile, and we'll go back and we keep regurgitating the same discussions over and over again, right? So my point is, let's actually identify an opportunity here and then set a task and get that task finished. So I'm just going to emphasize the idea that we have is that, like I said, each of the institution will have a center of excellence. That means the scale and scope of intellectual diversity that you want, you will not be able to find in one institution in India, right?
Correct.
So therefore, you will have, for the industry, a one-stop solution to interact with experts and expertise, spanning from, let's say, a University of Hyderabad through TIFR to CDFT to CCMB and whomsoever it matters. Academia also have incubators, right? We all take pride in incubatees, but then what happens after has been a disaster, right? Because all of us know there's a valley of death. So now the idea is that we move all of these incubators to this common space, because there is also peer mentoring and peer learning that happens, which we are missing here, right? We are fragmented academically, fragmented industrially.
Correct. I agree. So there is something about, increasing density. Right?
And coalescing and learning from each other's mistakes, which we are not doing. And of course, we are scaling, and we are hoping that the DBT will put in money. The state is willing to put in money, and we hope the industries will also come on board and do this. Lastly, I think the most important thing that we all spoke about is human capital, right? I think the industry should start rolling out PhD fellowships. Gone are the days where government can support PhD fellowships. If this does not happen, we all sit and crib. I don't think we can change it. We can't change the government regulatories. We can't change the UGC requirements for a PhD fellowship. The only way this is going to work out, if industry come together and say, there is a need for us to get better talent, and we will institute fellowships for PhDs and postdocs.
This is wonderful. I think I don't know, I might lack information, but I haven't seen industry PhD fellowship at scale like I see in the Western world.
Exactly.
And I always wondered why. And maybe
There are a few pockets though. In Sun Pharma
they have something.
Yeah, but they're not giving as fellowships on a competitive basis, which can be sought out by. So there is always MOU based one or two things that the fellowships are that only if I get a product back from this PhD I will fund this. No, that's not the way. You should make it open. The amount of money industry is going to put in this fellowship is going to be a fraction of a peanut.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a fraction of a peanut.
That's a very well pointed point by Ullas. Thank you for that. I think we would come to this again. Arun, you wanted a very 30-second quick intervention?
30 seconds. So many of us know that there is something called mandated by law, corporate social responsibility that any profit-making company in India has to do. It's 1% of their total profit or something of that nature. If part of that can be kept aside for three things: talent development, health, and payer mentalities for investments. That is actually truly corporate social responsibility rather than putting up a dustbin or putting up a bus shelter.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think what Ullas said, for a city like Hyderabad, which is globally known as a pharma center, to now transition into a CGT center would be very interesting to see. And what role does this huge, amazingly big academic institutions that have their own history for the last 40, 50, 70 years can help do this. And this is organic. It will be organic like we talked about Boston, that Vaibhav mentioned. Let me come to this side, bring in Indranil for 2-3 minutes, then go to that side, and then I'll open it up amongst ourselves and then open it up to students. Just pause for 30 seconds. How many students are here? Raise your hands. Okay, and what do you do? Do you doing undergrad, masters? PhDs. Okay, there is light at the end of the tunnel. I can guarantee that for some time, but we will talk about it. I will bring in you as well. Okay, and all of you are from Hyderabad. Those who are not from Hyderabad, raise your hands. I mean, as in you are studying in Hyderabad, right? Okay, great. Sorry, see, there's a way of I didn't communicate properly. Lesson learned. Let me come to Indranil. Indranil.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. I know Dr. Das, so I have to...
Please don't use prefixes.
Maintain the 3-minute. I know the consequences. So now I'll tell you something which I'm not in agreement with Dr. Anand when he says India first globally, because I think that we need to clean our own house first, then look at the globe. And although it's a fantastic concept which we should look down the line, but currently the need of the hour is quite basic. As Professor Bhattacharya said, that Mukhopadhyay said, that raw material is one of the main thing. And in my journey, I saw that media comes from Lonza, media comes from Singapore, there's that, nothing from India. So why can't we just make a media? High media has been supported by government, but I don't think anything came up to reflect Ullas's thing. That what is the accountability of taking government money and not delivering? So that kind of regulation should be more stringent. The other thing is that, Cytiva. Cytiva is a machine which we use for making CAR-T. It is nothing but a glorified centrifuge. We have sent, seriously.
I don't think the Cytiva people marketing team will be happy about this.
That's why I did not mention anything about Milton. I don't want to get slaughtered. I think Milton is in
sure. We've got to cut this out, okay? Go ahead.
So,
I don't mind, otherwise IKP will get a sue order. Go
So, if we can send a satellite to Mars, we can easily make this. So, my point is that government should encourage the ecosystem of making, like the fantastic journey of IKP. 200 acres of land was given, and then this was developed. So, something like the cell and gene therapy hub, which is being planned here, should focus on manufacturing. And the other thing is that Vector Biomed has gone into an agreement with Brazil government, with Egyptian government. I think India government can also do something, given that Brazil and Egypt is not advanced countries. So where the government themselves intervene to produce a lentiviral particle at much cheaper rate, which would cut down the cost of cell and gene therapy, CAR T cell, amazingly. Like, it would be 1/10 of the current cost.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think, Arun, have your swords drawn out a bit later. Not now, I'm just kidding. Let me pass to Anu. She's been quietly waiting. Anu, couple of points quickly, and then we'll go to Ramesh, then to Vadiraja, and then we'll open it up to the other side, Rajiv and others.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple of points from my side is, we are talking about discovery, development, everything. One thing which I have heard is people come from academia, so the kind of business mindset needed. So again, it goes back to the skill development part on, what next? So they have a product, they have a concept, but how to launch it in the market, right?
Just pause there. PhD students, how many of you want to join industry after your PhD? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Everybody.
You're forcing them to raise.
Also, how many of you want to be a prof? Ullas, we have problem here. Okay. Right. No, to Ullas's point, can't we have, like you mentioned about having PhDs fellowship by academia. Why can't academia really scale, professor in practice and have people, at least on this round table, have professor of practice in academia?
So,
Nitesh is smiling. I think I'll come to you later.
So this is an important thing. In fact,
Anu, just pause a second. Yeah.
I have been actually advocating policy where academia should have visiting faculty from the industry as well. So
then they have to also take approval from the head of the department for attending conferences, or they can just go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of regulatory problems. One of the things is, can we recognize each other and let people spend on both sides? And that's been a tough battle, and I'm kind of pushed hard. Looks like in DPT it might happen in the near future, but the systems are extremely difficult. Ideally, CSR systems should have already done it, because having industry people spend time with them will be a fantastic opportunity, and vice versa.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anu.
Thank you. Just to that point, that's a very good point which you raised, and we often hear things in discussion like this, that there should be some internship program for 6 months to 1 year for students to get into industry, get to know that. One thing is, what are the different departments in industry, but that's a good thing. What needs to be done to make them stay back and do the innovation? Right. So how do we incentivize or give fellowship to them so that they are motivated to stay back? Or even if they are going for their postdocs outside, how do we ensure that they come back? And when they are coming back, they have all the facilities, infrastructure to do the research, the level they want to do. So that was one point. But now I will come back to the USP, what USP is doing.
Please
so
do.
we have heard globally that, there is a need for standardization. So if you are developing, say, AAV or LV vector, how would you ensure quality for this, right? Even if you design your media in-house, how would you ensure quality? So that's where USP, and again, the complexity is involved, right? It's more personalized. We have heard heterogeneity is there. So again, what we are also trying to do is looking at the platform approaches, which Dr. Amrish mentioned about, is that at AAV level, what are the vector attributes which need to be monitored. So we are coming up with standards for that, whether it is a documentary standard which will list down the best practices which are followed by industry, so that at least someone has a good point to start with. And then there will be certain standards, something like, full and empty capsid is one of the aspect which is very crucial. So then we are trying to come up with the standard which can be used by industry, so that at least even for regulators it will be easy to see that, okay, this has a kind of, have followed the correct system suitability, correct quality measures, so that that it will not create any adverse effects. So like that, AV, LV vector, plus some of the critical reagents, raw materials. So we have made a full list of things needed, and we are developing standards for that. But maybe it's a good time that we start, talking about it in India more. Maybe we have not been doing it, but recently, like, there is a chapter on best practices. So these are some of the things, and also we are collaborating with DBT BIREC to make sure that, academia also knows about what is pharmacopoeia, how these standards are used, because they get to know about pharmacopoeia when they enter industry, not before that. So these are some of the things which, as a USP, we are taking care of. So considering the time, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Anu. Thank you. Very good point. And of course, USP is a global leader in standards and documentation. I'll go to Ramesh, then I'll jump here and then come here again. So Ramesh, a couple of points quickly.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm coming from a physician, incubator and innovators and academia perspective. We had some success stories, small success stories on cell and gene therapy at LV Prasad Eye Institute. One lesson learned is in all these years is, if you have to make a product, there has to be a collaboration, maybe it with the physician, maybe with the doctor, maybe with the industry, maybe with the engineer. Same thing I would say for CGT. If you want to have a patient-centric, patient at the center, tomorrow, maybe in 5 years, India wants to bring 5 gene therapy into effect. We have to start the work together, maybe with academia, maybe, as Ullas said, some kind of collaboration, because PhD students will do research on basic science, which is required. But
not always, no? I mean, you can have directed translational PhD.
That's what I am saying. Some of those, maybe, if you go to academia, there are 100 theses have come, 100 PhD students have passed out. There are IPs lying there without even licensing. So we have to really have a bigger picture. All the academias working should have, maybe one institute should have, okay, I will work on this. Probably all our translational research should work towards that area. So if there are clusters created around India, probably 100 IITs and CDFTs and CCMBs, they can come up with these kind of translational thing, which will be a big foundation. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of basic science.
Absolutely.
So this is very important, because unless we have those ecosystems, specifically in Hyderabad, but I think we need to nurture it together to make it happen, keeping the patient in the center, because as of now, we are struggling to there are, for retinal dystrophy, 2 or 3 gene therapies are available. If I can talk to the patient, I cannot, because the testing facilities have improved like anything. It's an over-proliferation of labs in India right now. We need to bring some regulatory thing there. If I can talk to a parent, I can tell the genotypic and phenotypic. What next? I'm still waiting and waiting. Probably in the next 5 years, can the government, donors, academia, and people working as a clinician, can we create 5 focused areas as an overarching goal and create that focus? Otherwise, we'll talk about 110 or 200 and nothing moves. Probably that kind of decision has to be coming out of these kind of roundtables where we all work together. I think one word is important, then I'll stop. Collaboration is the most important if you want to deliver to the patient. This is what we felt. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think you mentioned about translational aspects. one big lacuna we have is effective technology transfer offices in academia. They are not people with passion to take things out of the lab to the industry. So we'll talk about it that hopefully in the next 1 hour we have. Let me come to this. Jagdish, you want to go quickly? And then, and then Rajiv, and then, yeah. No, go ahead, Jagdish.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for, for this invitation over here, and what a great Sunday morning. And I've been picking up all these thoughts from legendary folks around here. And Dr. Indranilji, we are there. We are people who are designing and manufacturing these single-use bioreactors in India. And let me introduce OmniBRX Biotechnologies. We started it from Venture Center, Pune. We got the Biotech Ignition Grant in 2018. We were 4 people then. We are 76 people now. We are a multinational company today's date. Okay, and Dr. Ullasji, you asked what's tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to meet Dr. Vaibhav in Pune, and after that there's next city. And Dr. Vishu knows that it's been since 40 days. I've been out on the road from Ahmedabad to every city with Bio3 policy in my hand, going to every institute, university, and industry, talking about bridging these gaps. And we are actively doing that. So I've just noted down a few points which came out of these discussions, and I'll focus on a couple of them.
You have already taken 1 minute. I'll 2 more minutes to go.
So process engineering, okay. I want to talk about this mindset around make in India or made in India, right? What we are facing, the challenge, right? When I go to Charles River, Rooster Bio, or MIT US, the acceptance of the technology platform is much, much higher there than in India, because they feel that it's just made in Ahmedabad. That's one which is really concerning to us. Number 2, as we have already touched base those points, the skilled workforce, right? People want, I'm not pointing out fingers, that they want, I press the button, I get the title. No, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen, right? There's a lot of science which has to be practiced. This is just an utility. It's like seeing a prestige cooker on the screen and imagine that there'll be a biryani coming out of it. I'm sorry. You need some great chefs. And I think we have to go there, skilling people, and we are open to welcome students and even from industries where we have the entire lab setup when we run our bioreactors. And number 3 is thank you for those folks out there who welcome us, like Dr. Arun, Dr. Lakshmikant. Like when we go and knock doors of Emmanuel, and then they say, please come over here, we'll test the systems and we'll work on that. Thank you for that one. Thank you.
That's a brilliant point, Jagdish. Thank you. So absolutely procurement of our own products internally to our markets, right? We haven't seen that happening. You pointed out very nicely. And skills, again, we'll open it to students. They've already refused to enter academia. It's very concerning for me, but we'll see what we can do. But good points, thanks. So let me jump to Rajiv, 3 points, and we all know each other. Please don't use Dr. or G as a prefix or suffixes. Thank you, go ahead.
Morning, I'm Rajiv from Bikers, and heard everybody. So I don't want to touch base all the points what I touch base, but I think I want to come from the regulatory point of view. See, if the regulations are very clear, and of course in India, with the very stage gate approach mentioned for the development of this particular cell and gene therapy, I think that will provide a very clear pathway for the industry as well as academia to develop this particular thing. So I'm just assuming, saying that like we already have planned for this particular discussion to be as a white paper. So if that white paper translates into your regulations also,
well, we live in hope. So
will be a
yes, Ranajit, go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to throw some light on this regulatory thing which is coming up. In 2019, the Department of Biotechnology along with ICMR have issued a guideline for cell and gene therapy pathway.
So what's your take on that guideline? Is it robust?
It is
complete?
robust. It is robust indeed. And it has mentioned it's quite elaborate. It's mentioned the steps which are involved to get an approval of the cell and gene therapy. Only what is not clear in that is when do we get the approval? Because the two products which have been approved today, they have been based on phase 2 trials. They have not been based on phase 3 trials. They've been based on phase 2 trials. So that amount of clarity is lacking, I think, but they accelerated because they saw that the country needed this. The second challenge which is there, which I think has already been mentioned, is the raw material source, the lentivirus, which if our country can manufacture, I think the cost would go down tremendously.
So we have a Make in India program, isn't it? So would that be something that we can recommend? Right.
Some money was given by BIRAC to a company which I will not name, but they made a mash of it. And the other thing which I believe in is that there is a tendency to make in India to reinvent the wheel. But there are technologies which are available now. But to get the funding for those technologies is a challenge. It costs anything between $3 million to $6 million.
Correct.
And another point which I want to make is that in CAR T cell therapy in particular, it's not you cannot scale up, it's scale out. It's scale up means you don't add another 100 liters fermenter and you get more. It's a scale out, position there. And I would like to add another point and finish it off. I have a lot of other things to say, but I'll just cut it short. India has worked on a gene therapy for hemophilia. And the trials were going on in Vellore Institute of, in Vellore, CMC Vellore. We don't know what the result is, but it has been funded by the government. And we hope that those results will be promising enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I think I hear there are attempts for sickle cell anemia as well.
Yes.
So, great points, Ranjit. Thank you. Vadiraja?
Yeah. Thanks. You can hear me, right?
We can hear.
Yeah. Thank you. And of course, great discussion. And many people are talking many things. And of course, let me start with collaboration. That's the number one we can identify as it is important. Without collaboration, nothing going forward, right? And it can be within the collaboration, within the lab, or within the company, or between the different organizations that required. And as the Agilent Technologies is a global company, and particularly analytical solution providers, and as Amarish mentioned earlier about platforms, and of course we identified as in particular cell and gene therapy, inbuilt process analytics, because the process is the product in cell and gene therapy, essentially in cell and immunotherapy. So quality, and as Anu mentioned, quality is important. So considering all these things, as like Ranjit mentioned about the not scaling up is essentially like you don't have to scale up the whole thing. So essentially like the platform and those kind of things. We recognize the skill as important thing. Right?
So are you promising 555 PhD students in CCMB, CDFD?
No, not like that. No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not telling that. But as a part of, it's a long way to go, right? But as a part of the collaborations, like we do collaboration with multiple institutes based on the requirement, and again based on the MOU, as like it's not uniform. Based on our requirement, their requirement. So as a part of the skill development, we actually pre-COVID, as the NBM started, like we have supported multiple institutes as a skill development program. Like our people went there and did the training. But again, my concept is saying that 3 days, 5 days training is not enough. right? It requires, number of months of training to a PhD or even the postdocs, like to get into the industry. So essentially, with respect to the, as Ullas mentioned, industry people has to go and work with the institutes. That's important, great thing. And probably I think institutes has to invite industry people, come and say, okay, can become a visiting faculty, right? So myself is a visiting faculty in Manipal, and I was there day before yesterday. There was a cell therapy conference. So it's a great initiative. Manipal started a new institute called.
Did they talk about the same issue they're talking about here, or was it more technical conference?
It's not technical. It's more on the product, and same thing like Immunal was there.
And Arun was saying.
Yeah, it's more of like.
So collaboration is your point.
Yeah.
And would you name one collaboration that Agilent has done globally, maybe that can be an exemplar?
There is a center recently for cell and gene therapy. We established a collaboration in San Diego. There are a lot of information coming in LinkedIn. Actually, one can look into that. I can't remember the name, but yeah, there is a center, and we have a biologics collaboration in UK. Mainly, so that
this is something what Ullas was mentioning about Center of Excellences and where industry can go.
It can be done, and so it can be done. And but in India, as a translational research centers are there for the cell and gene therapy, particular cell therapy. There's one is Manipal Center for Biotherapeutics. They're working on the translational, mainly into not basic, but they're working on the product partnership with industries. Yeah. And they have programs like where they can get the 6 months or 1 year classroom training, and then they go to industry and get their work done. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Vajraja. Nitesh and Uday have been waiting very patiently. So is Anurag and my colleague at the very end. Unfortunately, I don't know your name. Prashad. Okay. So we'll finish it off then to another 5-7 minutes. Then I think we should hear from our fantastic new CEO who's sitting quietly in the outer concentric circle, right there. What can IKP do about it, right? And no, you are the thunder, so nobody can steal it. And of course, I see Rakesh Mishra here as well on there, and the students, right? So there's a gap there. So, and I want to the last 20 minutes, half an hour to reflect on, I think Anu mentioned about standardization. We talked about raw materials, make in India. So something more concrete. Open forum to, you can say, these are the two things we should be doing, or the government should be doing, or the academia should be doing, or Ullas should be doing, then that would be more interesting. I think Indranil tried to lit a fire, and and well taken. Let's focus on that. So Nitesh, would you like to go? And thank you for waiting patiently.
Just a couple of points I wanted to highlight. One thing was that we need to also have a system where the startups can have investments. They need to be trained also, so that they can scale up and they can also nurtured properly first. And the second thing that I wanted to highlight is also regarding the supply chain, specifically in case of the CAR-T products. It's not just the raw materials that is the bottleneck, but also supplying the finished product, because that also needs to be supplied in a very controlled manner, because these are also autologous. You need to have a proper chain of custody maintained, and it is a very critical thing which most probably we are lacking. Again, it will depend on whether it is centralized system. There it becomes even more difficult and more critical as compared to if it is decentralized and made next to the bed. So automation is another important thing that we haven't really touched upon so far. So I think automation also is something which we will need to bring in order to bring more consistency, as well as more, de-risking for sterility and stuff like that. So, and the third thing that I feel very important in the field is to bring down the time for QC, because for CAR-T, mainly people are working quite a lot in the process development, trying to cut short the timeline for making CAR-T. But the characterization itself takes quite some time, and sterility also, of course, 14-day standard sterility tests. That again is going to be a bottleneck, because patients are waiting and not always it's possible to.
Nitesh, please.
I think a lot have been said, about different aspects of it. I would probably bring a new perspective to this. I was just wondering if we had this kind of a roundtable about 10, 15 years ago on monoclonal antibodies. We would probably talk quite a few similar things about at that point in time. So that means we are getting into something which is very new in India. And
but aren't we always reactive rather than proactive?
Yes.
Right?
That's what my point is. So some of these things will not change overnight. We are built in certain way. Talk about any aspects of industry, academia. It will continue. We'll keep hearing this. I think the bridge is still. I'm hopeful the bridge is actually getting. Before 15 years, we are talking about it, but there were no collaboration. There are several success stories. There are several aspects of that has happened. I think what we need to look at is that what we have learned over the period of time, whenever we have leveraged on monoclonal antibodies or any other technologies, right? And we have done great things in that. I think we should identify literally systematically in the cell and gene therapy, what are the areas we are good at and leverage our expertise on that, which are the areas where we are not good at. And yes, I'm not undermining the challenges we have, but we can definitely work through them. The basic concept of product development is not going to change for cell and gene therapy. It is going to remain the same. It is going to be quality, safety, and efficacy. And we can, without undermining it, we have to simplify this to an extent as much as possible and tell people that this is the questions you're going to ask. Everyone is going to play their role, what they're supposed to. A quality auditor will play that role. A regulatory agency will play its role. A PhD student at academia will play its role that I am supposed to do and develop technologies. Someone is pushing me to go into industry doesn't mean I have to go to that.
Correct. So multiple stakeholders have to connect the dots.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then and we have been doing this. It's not that we have not been doing it. We have to do it more. Yes, agreed. I see a lot of light.
How long before you start seeing masters in CGT opening up in academia and lots of students getting in there, laid by the Pied Piper of Hamelin of education?
Yes. I think the way I look at it is that we have challenges and problems. We should capitalize on what we have learned over the years. I think we are bridging this particular time gap very fast. We were talking about HeLa cells. We really graduated to CHO K1, and then there are several technologies, Indianization and make in India. I think Indian mindset has been that we are laggards in a lot of things, and it's in our genes that we want to catch up as fast as possible. It's not going to change this overnight in our system. We have to live with this and capitalize how best we can work in that. Also learning the new advances in the technology. And I'll pause here with these comments here.
Thank you. That was very succinct. Thanks, Nitesh, on that. I'll bring in Sanjay, our new CEO, as well as Rakesh Mishra, the director of TIGS in Bangalore and ex-CCMB.
I work for Concepo, which is an infrastructure design company based out of Bangalore. And out of 4 successful major CGT projects that has happened in India, 3 of them were designed by us. Our first project was Immunal, both phase 1 and phase 2. And now currently we are working with Dr. Reddy's, which is coming in Bangalore, and one more for Laurus, which is coming in IIT Kanpur campus. So when we have worked with our experience working with all these big CGT players, what we understand is there are a lot of startups who would really require support. As Professor Rabindra has rightly mentioned, it is a CapEx intensive facility, infrastructure-wise, if you see. So there are a lot of startups who do not have that ability, or they are cost conscious, wherein they are not able to pay so much for a design. So we are also consciously creating a platform where we'll be working with a lot of startups, wherein we will also do minimal pay them, ask them minimal thing, and then help them to create this kind of infrastructure with very good quality. Additionally, sir, we are also working with government, wherein we have also been part of creating policies, biotech policies and others. So we've also understood from the bureaucrats that there is a huge gap in the academia, wherein students are also stopping to pursue biotechnology courses, molecular biology, specialization, etc. So they are really worried about, they wanted to understand why this is happening.
Obviously, I mean, if they do a certification on ChatGPT, they'll learn twice as much as somebody finishes PhD in biotech, right? So we can't blame them. Academia doesn't pay, industry would pay twice as amount to somebody doing a B.Tech rather than a BSc. So all those issues are there. So any last points?
Yes, sir. One recent experience of mine where I had posted for a job opening on LinkedIn. That is for a scientific curator role in our company. Around 2,000 impressions were there for that job role. And out of that, 300 applications I received, in which 200 were from PhD students. In that, we also had PDF from Stanford and Harvard also applying for this role. So I just asked him, you're working on microRNA and all those things. Why are you not opting for research? So most of them, I don't know, the students have to largely answer. I was confused to see this because I never expected that PDF people would apply for a scientific consulting role.
PDF is not the document he's talking about, it's postdoc, okay? So just clarifying.
So this is one thing which I had a question about, because a lot of PhDs applying, but not for core research. They are more into consulting role. I think students can answer this.
Yeah, thanks. These are very good points. And see, we've been quiet, but we're already working with 3 amazing partners here. Thank you. Let's go to Uday, and then we'll finish with Prashad, okay? Okay, so gracious. So, Prashad, go on.
I come from a different hat. I am Senior Director and General Manager of US Pharmacopoeia. Okay. So, I come from the business side. So, I think a lot have been talked about research, academia, collaboration, raw material validation. So, I'll share, having worked for last 2 decades on different parts of the globe, on commercialization of biopharma business. And also now in my current role dealing with regulators, I'll share a couple of insights which we have requested BIRAC to do, which may help. One is CDSCO. There are some insights we have shared with CDSCO, how to learn from, not from FDA, but from other, I would say, a comparable kind of regulatory bodies, say Anvisa Brazil. Now, today Anvisa, recently I had the opportunity to interact with Fabricio, who leads Anvisa's biologics and advanced therapy regulatory bodies. So they are talking about 120 days accelerated approval for advanced therapies, vis-a-vis 365 days. And there are dedicated cells being formed for market auth, preclinical and clinical. And that helps them to bring right experts to those committees and get it faster approved. And of course, they are also talking about, rather than following FDA guidelines, can we bring the genotypes which Ullas and others talked about from a local perspective. Now coming to the commercialization, with few interactions with Rahul and his co-founder in ImmunoAct, what we understood, I think there has to be a small kind of a toolkit to be prepared for go-to-market strategy. Now what has happened, when I was talking to ImmunoAct, they have launched, they have got the CDSCO approval, but what next? So now they are debating whether we look at semi-regulated or we look at, there is a huge opportunity in the rest of the world, which is LATAM and Southeast Asian countries. Now how do you quickly go? So what we have requested BIRAC in the Global Bio, can we form 2 consortium? One is on the research, development, manufacturing side, which all of you said. But I think it's not about bringing a great product. It's about how do you ensure the access improves. So can we form, and nowhere in the world it exists, including US, can we form a small consortium on go-to-market commercialization consortia, where you bring in some of these startups and also learn some expertise from the other Western market and help these startups to go to semi-regulated market at a faster pace to recover some of this high capex cost Dr. Mukhopadhyay talked. So I think that will help, and we from USP have signed MOU with BIRAC, as Anu is talking about, to help the startups in wherever synergistic therapy areas, to help those startups in terms of capability building. And we can also bring in expertise through our other regions in terms of contributing to those commercialization efforts of these startups
looking beyond India, because that's the market I am talking about. It's not about only India, but also especially the Southeast Asian and LATAM market is the future for CGT, for Indian startups to recover those costs before they dream about US. Thank you.
Very well point. I think even I was reading somewhere that ImmunoAct is looking to Mexico to go after India. So yes, LATAM being there. Uday, your words, and then we open to Sanjay and Rakesh and others. You need a mic, please. Reena, thank you.
I come from a very different perspective, maybe a little closer to Zydus or maybe Arun Anand's Immunel. We are typically a drug discovery. We are typically a drug discovery company in small molecules, have support from BIRAC and all of that. But the way we structured this organization is to have a company which is USC Corp, and have a company specifically in India to help see if we can transition some of those technologies that we are developing in the US for India-centric patients. Now, in that perspective, there's one of these things that we were trying, like Madam mentioned about BCMA or GD2 or some of those CAR-Ts of CD19 or some of those other things that have already been practiced in, and we might be making maybe some modifications here or there to keep up the product, to keep up pace with the product, so that, because these are easy targets in the holistic picture. I have been associated with the only product that went to market from India, from Hyderabad, called umbralisib tosylate in the B-cell lymphoma area, and I was part of the India team. So what I understand out of all of this is India to globe is the way to go, not globe to India. And I kind of sync with what Dr. Arun Anand says. We've been doing research, putting up GMC, CSF, IL-16, cytokines, and all of that to modify even the B-cell lymphoma program that we have in cell therapy. We collaborate with a lot of universities outside India, but we'll be more than happy to, bring in. So when Vishu asked me to come over here and speak, I said, what will I do here? Because, there's nothing that I can, because we're not doing anything in India, to be honest with you. Right, and then suddenly comes SiteCare, which is a unique hospital out of Bangalore. Yeah. We need that kind of collaboration, as I think Dr. Ramesh said. What we see is in the private sector, hospitals and other enterprises are not very open to CGT. That's my perspective based on all the runs that I've done through the hospital. But when Vishu said that, we're trying to create an atmosphere here, we're trying to get a CGT, some kind of help to startups to come up and run some batches and see how their products are actually transitioned here. We've not done that experiment yet, but I think some hospitals like SiteCare and others are very open. They're ready to give you space. They're ready to fish out anything as long as you have done the CapEx to protect their interest and help, like a startup kind of environment, come here, produce the product. And Miltani has been very helpful on that particular perspective as well. Last thing, because Dr. Rabindranath talked about, Robinda, by the way, talked about, the collaboration. So I would specifically like to mention, and some of, IKP fellows as well, we should go and check the Evans, I don't know, Dr. Anand, you can spell that better. Evans MD Anderson model, which we have been trying to follow, and we've been working with Rosenberg's lab out of University of California, where what they essentially do is that they are not just industry specific or product specific or anything. They help the products come in, they help you to manufacture, scale up, or maybe whatever, scale down or whatever it is, and then optimize it and make it manufacturable. And this is commercial product coming from a GMP unit from Evans MD Anderson collaboration. So it's not specific to company, it's open for Pfizer, it's open for a small company like us. So that's the kind of collaborations if we are able to do. I think companies like us would actually feel bringing those products into India, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you. They're very, absolutely good points, and just takes me back 2 years back. I got a fellowship to go to the US by the US government to see their biomedical ecosystem. We were taken to a lot of places. Philly was one, and everybody came. People from academia, even the Philly corporation, the municipality, whatever, the city council chairman, everybody was there. 63 startups. we're taken to a place called Navy Yard. Used to be a space where naval ships are decommissioned. Now they've moved that to San Diego. The space is there. So 1,200 acres of more infrastructure in the Philly area where itself, UPenn and others are there. So the density of things that are doing, 63 startups just from that city. 63. That's 2 years back. Maybe it's 70 now.
This one collaboration I talked about is in Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia. In the backyard. Okay, great. So, where is that scale of things that we are thinking of, right? Okay. Reena, 30 seconds because I have to go to there, but please go ahead.
I just wanted to highlight that whatever IKP is doing in order to bring about the CGT manufacturing facility here is something which is, I think, a very, very important and timely thing, because that's something which will also help to create this kind of environment where you can have these startups coming and trying to do their manufacturing. So kind of having a CDMO model also is something which will help. But this CGT
Absolutely.
manufacturing
Good
facility
point.
is a great initiative from IKP. And that will actually catapult a lot of innovation and a lot of work which can happen.
You just stole my closing remarks, but so but this is good timekeeping, I think. So I'm self-patting myself. But anyway, I just wanted to go to the concentric circles here, and let's start with Rakesh Mishra, who's very quietly sitting. One of the heavyweights of biotech in India.
No, nothing like that. Thank you. Maybe I'm the learner here. First of all, I just want to say thank IKP for arranging this kind. This is so important. We are in the time when these kinds of people sit in one place and tell to various agencies, including government, what to do. And students get motivation that so much of future, so many people are talking about. I just wanted to, I've been hearing many things which are really important, as manufacturing and so on. We are sitting in the world's biggest market, and our aim should be that technology reaches the people, not only first top 1%. So that's the target that we are keeping, and I think all of us in the end is good for industry also. When people are healthy, everything is good. So, but how to take these technologies to people, how to reduce the cost orders of magnitude. That is the challenge I think we are having. There are technologies like gene therapy we are talking. The conventional version is very expensive. Maybe we can reduce tenfold by manufacturing side, but we have to go beyond. We have to do disruptive thing like in vivo gene therapy, which probably will be in thousands, not in lakhs. And those are something for the people's technology where we can focus. We can consider, I'm not saying that we shouldn't focus on high-end things. And other important thing is, if we have to bring competition and bring the cost down, our young people, entrepreneurs and startups are the future. They only will bring, because they have the desire to succeed much more than any of us.
That's very well,
and how we support them. How we support them, like many of you mentioned, we should have facilities where transparency of regulatory process, which government is working very hard, by the way, to bring regulation which is good enough, but not tiring for because many younger companies or smaller companies, they get exhausted. They don't have the runway to last for several years. Another thing is to provide them facilities for manufacturing. So they just go, pay whatever is minimal or get the grant for that and reach the trials and everything what is required. So I think very exciting environment, and I get feedback. I have direct interaction with the government people, and they are so much interested in indigenizing things and taking high-end technology where regulation is required or investment from the government side is required. DVT is making a series of calls for this. I think very good time, and I hope that discussions like this will be very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh. And I hope we are not taken into GEM for listing our products there too, right? But we'll go to that later. Before I go to Sanjay and PhD students, somebody is rubbing his eyes. Okay. I asked how many of you want to join academia? No hands were raised. Ullas was upset, so he left the round table and went there. I asked how many are going to join industry. All of you raise your hands. So none from the industry have left the round table. I can see, very happy, right? But how many of you are going to start your own companies? Raise your hands. No, if you are raising, raise it properly. Yeah. Okay. 3. Okay, that's good. Okay. Vishu, you have, your work cut out to talk to these guys and see what can be done, right? Okay. Sanjay, your words, and I'll then open it up for reflections, and anybody can talk about anything, but if it's about raw materials or regulatory or kuch nahi ho raha hai, or yeah, sab kuch ho raha hai. And of course, Arun wants a rebuttal. Indranil is also ready. Okay, go ahead, Sanjay.
Thanks, Satya. I'll be brief, and thanks, Satya, for moderating, so eminently, and also thanks to all of you for coming in and, spending time with us to share your thoughts. I mean, like Dr. Mishra said, I think for me, this is also a learning opportunity. I'm kind of trying to understand, but my thoughts echo with the gentleman from USP and also with Dr. Mishra. I come from an access background. I mean, we can talk about the best technologies in the world, but if we are not able to get them to the people who need them the most, it's a complete waste. I think it's also important to understand that there is no insurance. I don't think cell and gene therapies are covered by insurance today in India. So I don't know what cost we need to bring these technologies down to for, let's say, a common man to be able to access. I mean, but having said that, I think it's absolutely important to solve that, that multi-year conundrum in terms of how industry and academia will collaborate with each other. I think there are scores of brilliant examples over the years, from countries outside India and from within India where, industry and academia have come together for the benefit of, the population at large. So I think we really need to sort of figure out how we can work together. But more importantly, I think there are a lot of success stories in India when we think about pharmaceuticals and we think about vaccines. I mean, India is literally the pharmacy of the world, and the HIV pandemic and the TB epidemic, they would not have been where they are had it not been for the pharmaceutical companies in India, had they not stepped up. And had they not sort of brought down the cost. And similar stories about hepatitis C, where, a 12-day therapy used to cost something like $150,000 and is now available for less than $3,000 in India. So I think we really need to think along those lines. How can we, scale up? How can we take these technologies to people who need them, to the common man? How can we talk to the government? Not only investing in the infrastructure, but also bringing in insurance mechanisms which make these technologies affordable. I don't know what will it take to bring this into PMJ, a cell and gene therapy. I mean, they're providing a cover of 5 lakh. And you can't sort of, bring these technologies, you can't ask the manufacturers or the private sector or the industry to, sell these technologies or make these technologies available at a cost where it doesn't make any sense for them. So it has to be a win-win, not an easy one, but it's a great start. And I look forward to continue to stay plugged into this ecosystem and try and learn more about how we can make things more accessible.
Absolutely. And thanks, Sanjay. Actually, you touched the right nerve there. Anything we talk, unless there is access, it's not going to help anyone, right? And payer models, reimbursements, how they're defined in the global markets in the West. If you get access in NHS, you get access in NHS. That's it. So Sanjay's point about PMJ and others are very valid. And I think we should, to take this conversation forward, I suggest you do a couple of smaller roundtables on access, on raw materials, on skilling, so that they are more focused on that and just talk about that, right? That would be a very good way forward. Yes, Ranajit.
There are also very specialized skill sets required at the doctor's end, at the hospital's end.
Yeah, I think Ullas mentioned that point. Where are the clinicians?
So that is one region, that is one segment that we need to focus on also. Absolutely. They may have good oncologists, but this is a different ball to have the cell and gene therapy administered. and the overall ecosystem has to be very well maintained, and it requires specialized skills and a team.
And Robinda mentioned too, hospital involvement and all of that. But interestingly, out of the 150 stalls that we have at IKP here, there were at least more than half a dozen clinicians who have left their active clinical practice to build startups. Isn't that amazing? Right? So, but Ranaj is very well point made here. I'll open it up. I think Arun wanted to go a little bit more, but before we do that, I know we have 10 minutes.
No.
And then I want my
I just
co-chairs
need
to
1
reflect
minute
upon it.
before.
Oh, you also need 1 minute. Of course, go ahead.
Thank you.
I just reflect on, again, I mentioned about those points I discussed, making media, synthetic media, and why not cell lines in future. We are still can't get out from choke A1 or other sublines. It is not an easy job, but something startup can be done. Some start somewhere. The mindset has to be done that we can do also something. Let us try, at least give a try. It may fail. I found some lacunae in the process, the mentoring of startups happen. I have told some people, if you are doing something very biomedical, try to put a mentor, not as a slide, we have this advisor from these big hospitals. How much time a clinician can give you? You go after 2 months, he will forget what I talked about. Okay, I'll give you all support. Dilute some equity or make some arrangement that has to be done. Honorarium to the doctor for each time I am meeting you after, say, 2 weeks.
But they don't have money.
That
right?
is the issue. So that head has to be there. That is a request to the BIRAC, if you can make such.
Where is BIRAC? Oh, Subra is not BIRAC anymore.
We will whoever. I am saying it can go to them.
Actually, you represent BIRAC here.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
So you have to have a mentor who is there from start to finish. You may vanish into thin air someday.
That's
it
correct.
may not work. But you have to have a clinician all throughout you as part of you, not advisor. So that is one thing. Well, yeah, right.
Okay, let's pause there. Pause there. Vishu wanted to make a point.
Yeah, just 1 minute. So we covered most of the points we thought, and I think one point regarding regulatory and government policy part, and somebody touched on Anvisa and Brazil. When Indranil is working with their partners. So when we were working with a Brazilian partner, so one thing came out is they insist on transferring technology to the indigenous company. Any technology going into Brazil and part of the system, government system, has to be by a Brazilian company partnership. It is by rule. So if it has to go there, I think, when we are making the notes and for everybody's inputs, this is a very important thing. The technology partner, Indian company, or wherever it is going, it will help in scaling up and having our own things. I just wanted this point was missed.
No, and I want a reflection from Pawan here, and again, final reflection from Robinda. But I just wanted to take 5 minutes. They've been very quietly waiting, but before that, we always forget all the hard work that people do at the back end. So big round of applause for IKP, Visu, Sangeeta, and others. This is not the end of the discussion. We still have 10 minutes. But I wanted to do that because it shouldn't come just as an afterthought. This has been done by Vishu, and a lot of hours he has spent corralling. Corralling people is the most difficult because everybody thinks that they're the most busiest person in the world. Right? So thank you, Visu, for what you have done.
Thanks to everyone, for graciously coming.
Yes, this is not the closing remarks, as I said. So, okay, the students on the right, well, you can be left if I was on the other side. On the right, what are the questions? There's 3 people who raised their hands to do startups, right? So what do you think? You have thought about it. It's not that you have thought about it right now. You've thought about the startups maybe a couple of days back, a couple of months back. Who knows? I don't know, right? Do you think you can openly discuss that with your PI? Is PI also interested to do the startups with you?
Don't push them.
No, these are not leading questions. Yes, so this is not being recorded, so it's okay. You will get your degree. Who is your PI? Oh, the one who was
nice.
He was rubbing his eyes. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have been fortunate enough to be under a PI who's a little, not a little, very supportive in going towards academia or industry, whatever our interest is in. So, yeah, we have multiple times discussed how people discuss models that people are following in the US and the Western hemisphere, and
So when do you want to register your company?
I mean, me personally.
Yeah, of course.
We will that will take time, right? I am just a PhD student right now.
No, just a PhD student. I think this is one thing we have to let go of. It's a training for life. Okay? You can go and sell, I don't know, peanuts to the customers. That's also great. Nobody questions somebody who has a mechanical engineering degree and then does the e-commerce company. Right? Why should we question somebody with a biotech degree doing, I don't know, selling peanut? Right? So please give away that just a PhD is not the phrase to be used.
Yeah, fine.
But,
yeah, I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you know, at the current status, where you are now, how many years are you from your degree?
I'm in my third year of PhD.
Your third year? Oh my God. All right. We won't put your supervisor on the spot by asking when is he going to give you the degree. But what is the knowledge you have about the kind of support that you may get if you start your startup? Do you think somebody can give you money for your idea?
So before coming here, I was aware about a couple of grants that can be, so there are incubation centers.
Incubation centers.
Yeah, incubation centers.
Do you think
BioNest.
the rest of your cohort, if it's a PG institution, do the masters, and if it's an undergrad institution, do they know about these things?
Yeah, I mean, not everyone. So maybe people from our lab or people around our lab or people who are interested in starting
Do you have
up
a
things.
small club of entrepreneurs?
We discuss it in our lab mostly. Other people.
And then finally, I didn't get your name, sorry.
Payal, I'm Payal.
Payal, and where are you from? Which
Tata Institute. Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Hyderabad.
TI, Hyderabad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing to hear a basic science research institute PhD talking about. Oh, this is great. Thank you very much. But finally, do also people recognize that this is not a hype journey, but it's a really, this journey is also not an easy way out.
Yeah, we do realize it. We do discuss about it. Some people think people these days, at least around us, think that getting academic jobs are harder than getting an industrial thing going for you. So, but we do realize that having a good startup or having a good industrial position is as tough as getting a professor position or assistant or associate.
At least you can print your card with the CEO title by yourself. But beyond that, there's of course a lot. But amazing points, Payal. Thank you. Have you interacted with people here?
Yes, I've talked to a couple of people here.
Very nice. Do network after this. Before we close, I wanted Pavandhar to reflect, and then again Robinda, and then we close.
Thank you, Satya, and thank you, Visu, for having me here. It has been a wonderful discussion. In fact, in the morning, we were thinking if people are going to participate. I think there's a lot of participation, and there's always good that when you have your own unique flavors to add, which may not resonate, but if it doesn't resonate, it's all the better because it generates more ideas, more gaps, more opportunities for us to address in future. And as a community, if we go together, because what we are looking at is a directed evolution, not just a random walk along the process. And that's what has been generated here in this setting today. Coming from academia, I'm actually happy to see Payal, who has been our student, is really thinking of entrepreneurship, and that's a great motivation for teachers like us.
Can you say you have been at many places, you mean JNU?
JNU, yeah. So coming from academia, I would say that what are the unmet needs is to have an industry council in the university along with the academic council. Some of the initiatives have been taken in this direction by some universities, but more needs to be there. And industry people need to teach as faculty or invited faculties. That also needs to happen if we have to generate some momentum along this process. Also, I feel, our students, when we give them projects, it's mostly academic projects which may or may not have an application, but we just have some intellectual content to this. So if there are live projects coming from industry, I think that will be very, very helpful to generate this momentum. Also, when we talk of technology development and transfer and, India to globe, India to the world, one of the missing components which we often realize is that we do not involve foreign ministry in this. It's very important to involve foreign ministry. Get connected with diplomats because they give you the cushion in the other countries. And also we had recently U.S. National Academy of Sciences workshop. We had 3 of them, 2 were virtual, 1 was in person. What we learned from there was people are now talking of distributed manufacturing. So if we have distributed design, that would also be wonderful. That brings the heterogeneity into one uniform setting, wherein we all have our own unique components and unique experiences that we can contribute together. What is lacking in our country generally, we all know this, is individually we are excellent, collectively somehow things don't gel. Because, and so I think it's time to create a functionalized CGT ecosystem wherein there are modules created and people are responsible for that. End of the day, we know that we are living, we are dealing with organisms, and the organisms are essentially based on probability. They're analog systems and they're non-linear. And to expect a scale of a linear type, it's always going to be challenging. That's where your unique experiences come into picture. Last but not the least, I know Satya is looking at me. I'll just close it here. At the student level or even at the faculty level, we are always afraid of uncertainty. We always want to get results. So I think we receive motivation from Heisenberg, who made a career out of uncertainty. So I'd like to close it.
Very nicely done. Thank you, Pawan. Yeah. Before we come to Robinda, I think I owe it to Arun for a few words.
No, I said rebuttal.
No, rebuttal is not the correct
but I meant
terminology.
critical reflection.
Yes.
5 or 6 points that I want to talk about. It's not against a specific point, right? Am I audible?
Yes.
First of all, I think there is a sense of discomfort in the room, and I'm going to call out the elephant in the room. Okay, the discomfort in a positive way is that all of us seek change. That's the fundamental start of any new idea that we want to flourish. That there is a need that all of us collectively agree that some things have to change in order for us to be better than where we are before. Second, I think we should celebrate failures. We have, in time and time again, discussed several startups, several companies that have really made it really big. But we don't spend time doing the equivalent of an Alcoholics Anonymous for startups that have not made it that big. And there's significant amount of learning from each of those startups that have not made it big, because those can be avoided in a series of new startups that come in from that learning. And those mentorship programs are not only related to those successful startup entrepreneurs, but should be also invited to those people who failed equally as well. Third, we spoke about raw materials and some of the other things, but we have sort of avoided discussing the impact of digitalization and AI in the cell and gene therapy space. It's a very, very big area, including in supply chain, chain of identity custody, blockchain for some of these, supply chain for deliverables, technologies for digitalization of the entire manufacturing platforms to ensure that you can look back and look forward.
These are amazing points. Before you go on, I think, Vishu, you're hearing this, and to the point, you need to do small group discussions around some of these points, or maybe all of these points.
Yeah. Then 2 points related to government. I think the government has done a very good job in releasing BioE3. Now, what that means is very subjective.
We won't go into that now.
We need to convert that into very actionable points that are not that do not dissipate the energies. When it comes to guidelines for gene therapies that were released in 2019, it was actually a reaction, and many people know this, but the feeling in government was they had to intervene to prevent what happened to cell therapy industry in the 2000s, where it became a mushroomed therapeutic intervention at a hospital level rather than a drug product that gets regulated. So the regulations in 2019 are very skeletal. They give some guidelines, but in comparison to what you see in more developed markets, where there's a lot more emphasis on quality of the dossier that is presented, that reduces subjectivity in the case of regulatory action. Today, there is a lot of regulatory subjectivity. You could have one company providing a 500-page dossier, another company providing a 5,000, compared to a global standard which is 10,000 or 15,000-page dossier for a particular module within the dossier framework. So reducing subjectivity, increasing accelerated approvals, understanding risk assessment frameworks to allow the regulators to play the role of a regulator versus a licensor. There's a difference between the two. A regulator playing the role of a regulator will work with industry, with academia, with the developer to make sure that access is granted. At the end of the day, access is the most important thing. And last but not least, it's important for us to recognize that cell and gene therapies have a very, very important role to play in rare diseases. That's something which many of the people are now thinking about, but we need concrete action in ways that have not been done with previously for rare disease to become part and parcel of the entire ecosystem of delivering care using cell and gene therapies. That's it.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Arun.
Last point.
Okay.
Last point, before I forget. This is to Ullas's point as well, but I don't know where Ullas is.
He's in the back.
There are two examples of very successful, or say quasi-successful establishments that have brought together services and technologies. One is the UK Biocatalyst program, which is Catapult program, which is across the UK, where you have startups having access to government-sponsored programs where manufacturing can be done distributedly in a center. The second is Stanford, where they've started to bring together some of these developers of process systems together to create an ecosystem where any company can come in and say, okay, I want to use, let's say, Cytiva, I want to use Miltenyi, I want to use XYZ, Thermo Fisher, Lonza, to create a platform of their choice. But there is an increasingly increased focus on cost of goods even in the US. So if India wants to leapfrog, we can't say we are better than what we were 5 years ago, and we can make a cell therapy product at, let's say, $100,000. We'll have to see where we are to be able to get to $1,000.
Very well said. And also I'll add to Catapult and other places, Fraunhofer's in Germany. The way they work with industry is just absolutely brilliant.
Regarding skill development, there are these industrial PhD and postdoc positions around. And one thing we can do, and if we are making for Globe, as Arun said, there is very clear requirement for PhD trainings or technical superior. There are superior technicians. We have to discriminate them first thing. It's very much required that these people get to explore both the Indian side of the industry as well as the global side of the industry. So if we can create collaborations with
so are you
these
taking
Europeans,
two of them to lentivirus in Spain?
I actually proposed Alok. So this is another thing. There are a lot of facilities around which did not reach the end. But CMC, I proposed him that one of the ways to collaborate would be we can train 2 people for lentiviral production in our facility with whatever we have small scale, and that could add up. So these things have to be done. So people have to be trained.
Also,
they have to be
he has
provided global exposure.
What I will just add, he has a student actually went to
Wow, he's batting
Europe.
for you, man. That is so good.
So in this program already he has with Europe.
We have got 3 PhDs already from the company, and with the Lamak also there's 1 PhD. So 4 PhD students have already gone through our company. And that's how we have been working.
Yes.
They have been backbone for us.
Very nicely said. Okay.
Thank you.
Last words from Robinda, and then we'll take a quick picture, and then you are free to go wherever you want to go. Okay.
Just quick point again. There was a point raised that clinicians should get involved in the actual activity of the bioprocess of research leading to the product development. The caveat again here is just like basic research scientist compulsion here is, after seeing 68 patients in one OPD, how do you think the clinician will have time and energy to get in research? I know one case, excellent pathologist in Tata Hospital who did PhD also in pathology, wanted some time to be in the lab. After completing his reporting and everything, But for the director, the dilemma is if he allows one person, the other person also will say, we can also go and be in a lab research. Other than sampling, providing samples, collaboration stops at providing samples. That's all, and the writing of the paper and the names. But then who will check who will clear the whole day's OPD backlog? It's the same thing in private hospitals also. There the question of target is also there. So these are practical problems, the sheer load of patients, which in the West, if 7 patients one clinician sees in one day, that is maximum. It's done too much. You've spent the half day in the lab. This is the practical point here. We don't have MD, PhDs, that number. You can all know about the 4 or 5 MD, PhDs who are in their friend circle. That is another issue. And for all the funding agencies' request is, let the fund be cleared in time. That has become many complaints.
Please please play this in the loop all the
because
time.
you are hiring a technician, a fresh graduate or something like that, who has a dream in the life, and after 6 months you say, I am not able to give you any more money. So
I have spoken to half a dozen of people who are waiting for funds to come from a funding agency for the last 15 months. To celebrate our coming together here in terms of discussing this. And hopefully in the next 5 years when we come back, we're not talking about the same issues. I think that's possibly the only point I would like to make. We touched upon everything. I think it's been recorded. It'll probably synthesize into something. You'll share the notes. Hopefully you can automate that as well. And then we can extract the synopsis of it, and then hopefully collectively we can agree on a paper and send it across. But I urge you to do small discussion.
We'll do that.
On that. With that, can we have a big round of applause for IKP
Everyone.
and for all of us being here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaskar, Shramji.
Namaskar. How are you, Major Saab?
I'm good. Thank you very much for joining on a Sunday morning. Pehle, namaskar to all the viewers. Thank you for joining. आज हमारा पहला एपिसोड, पहला लाइव ब्रॉडकास्ट नया चैनल का, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने पिछले हफ्ते हमें एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रेजेडी हुआ। 5.5 साल के मेहनत के बाद में माई स्टार्ट टीवी का जो मेन चैनल था, दैट गॉट हैक्ड। बट we being very hacked does not stop us. We are restarting. So our first guest today is our friend, my friend Shriramji, who's been Shriramji has been known to me for many years, and he's a chartered accountant. And recently वो महाकुंभ में तीर्थ स्नान करके आए हैं, तो हम इनके साथ में जाना चाहेंगे। Who better than Shriram to tell us about how Mahakumbh is turning out to be a major boost for SMEs, nano businesses, family businesses, small businesses, people on the street. In fact, 13 January or 14 January को मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ कि मैं भी पहले 2 दिन पे ही I was there with my family at Mahakumbh, और हमने स्नान किया सुबह ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में। और तो श्रीराम जी, over to you. बताइए पहली बात, share a little bit of आपके personal journey of going to Mahakumbh, and then we'll come into the the economics part of it.
The era of Indian Bharat across the globe, जो शंखनाद बोलते हैं, it already गूंज गया है, and we have a long way to go now. and the next millennia belongs to India in a way. It is not just one event, but this is a very defining moment in the human history where, like never before in the past, in the known human history ever, such a large human population had accumulated at a single place with such a discipline, dedication, with a lot of courtesies to each other, and excellent, outstanding facilities by the government, Yogi ji and Modi ji. Both together, the kind of work they have done is mesmerizing and divine. And Kumbh का बारे में अगर बोला जाए तो this is not the first time that is happening. This will not be the last time that is happening. जैसा मेजर साहब ने बताया, we all had the divine experience. वहाँ जाते हैं तो अपने आस्था के साथ जाते हैं. Business वैसे ही तो आता है यार. So youngsters, there is a lot of opportunities. The world is open for talented people, disciplined, committed people. We will take it ahead as some pointers come. About a small initial thing about Kumbh, if I have to say, Mahakumbh is one of the biggest, largest gathering, as we say, in the current year up to 26th of February is one event. But if you see the Kumbh Melas, the next Kumbh that is coming up is 2027 Haridwar. The dates would have, however, would come. After that will be coming the Ujjain, Nasik. Post that, this happens at every 12-year cycle. Other than these 4 major Kumbhs, there are Pushkars that is called for Krishna, Kaveri, Ganga, Tungabhadra, Penna, Narmada, Sindhu. From you take Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, everywhere, Karnataka. So this event is a celebration. These similar festivals of Hindu festivities attract. Halaki, these Pushkars will happen for 12 years, once for 12 days. Kumbh happens for a longer period. However, the modus operandi of the structure construct and the astha is the same. And opportunity is not a one-time opportunity. I would rather invite youngsters to think of coming and developing this as a specialized activity. So this is how I would look at Sunilji.
Again, quickly, just for hundreds of thousands of guests, people out there who want to go to Kumbh. And एक चिंता जो सभी में है वो ये है कि भीड़ है, किस तरह से होगा, whether accommodation मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, ठंड होगा, उसके लिए आपके पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, जैसे क्योंकि आप अभी रिसेंटली जाके, मैं भी जाके आया, तो मैं चाहूंगा आपसे पहले सुनूं कि कैसा आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा, कोई दिक्कतें आई उधर, कोई चैलेंजेस आई आपको, इफ यू कैन शेयर दैट.
There was challenges were there. Challenges were there with a lot of love. It was adopted. Say, for example, in my case, I traveled with my family, and we had the pleasure of walking and started early morning about 2:30 in the morning. We woke up early, took our bath, went out, just wanted to see and go in camp to camp to camp. It is all divided into sectors. We were staying at sector 23. We walked up to sector 1. That is about roughly about 19.5 kilometers we walked that night, early in the morning. It was great pleasure walking on the sides of Ganga. And we crossed the Ganga river 2 times in this thing, 19 kilometers. And we had the opportunity to meet Nagasadhus and various other dignitaries, Babajis. So it is all divine experience. It cannot be expressed. It has to be felt, experienced. One has to feel. It is like that.
So coming to the crowd itself, the crowd management, उसका कैसा आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा? क्योंकि what I saw and a lot of people have been asking me, क्योंकि मैं आपको पता है मैं अपनी फैमिली के साथ 13 तारीख को था, and I was lucky and blessed कि हमें घाट से सिर्फ 3 किलोमीटर दूर accommodation मिला, जो कि टेंट accommodation था. So we had to walk just about 3 kilometers. But अगर हम भीड़ की बात करें, जिस तरह से भीड़ उधर आ रहा है सब, I mean first day everybody knows कि मतलब 1.5 करोड़ लोगों ने they were there at Mahakumbh. आपके टाइम पे तकरीबन वही रहा है, और तकरीबन 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ बंदे रहेंगे, 1.5 से 2 करोड़ बंदे हर रोज आएंगे, क्योंकि तभी जाके 40-50 करोड़ का टोटल जो कह रहे हैं कि जो प्रोजेक्शंस हैं कि 40 करोड़ 50 करोड़ आएंगे, तो मतलब रफली 40 दिन में 1.5-2 करोड़ बंदे आएंगे, तभी जाके 40 होगा. तो मतलब आप कभी भी जाएं, चाहे आप वो जो 5 मेन दिन है उसमें जाएं, चाहे आप एनी अदर डे जाए तो 1.5 करोड़ तो आप लेके चले। तो उसमें मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ आपका पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस क्या रहा अबाउट क्राउड मैनेजमेंट, क्योंकि मैं जब गया हूं तो मैंने ये देखा कि क्राउड वाज मूविंग इन अ सिंक्रनाइज्ड मैनर। कोई ऐसा नहीं था कोई खड़े होकर आपको बोल रहा है कि इधर जाइए उधर जाइए, आप थोड़ा था। तो आप अगर करना चाहें।
Absolutely. The connectivity, signage boards, or the local police support, home guards, or even the locals who are there were all, as a family. People are moving together as a family. You don't feel that somebody outsider is there. There may be a foreigner from some other part of the globe, but he is a family. And the people and the culturally, the uplifted, the spirit of such, all the youth and बुजुर्ग भी आए, बड़े लोग भी थे, but there was no दिक्कत किसी को नहीं हुआ, and people are helping each other and going. At several places, we also helped people. People also helped us, and we were so unprepared on the day one. We were there for first 3 days. Incidentally, the first day we just wanted to go out of home, and we went without anything, just like that. There were people, can you think? People came and gave us towels for taking bath. We didn't have towels. This is a business again opportunity if we have to. But people gave towels. It cannot be bought at a particular point of time. वो प्यार होता है, so it will flow. So this is what we experienced.
जो मुझे मतलब जो मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहा है कुंभ 13 जनवरी को हम लोग वहां थे तो मतलब एक तरीके से मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था कि मतलब बैचेस में अपने आप से उठ रहे हैं और चल रहे हैं, चाहे वो नागवासु के टेम्पल से होते मंदिर से होते हुए के साथ साथ लगे हुए, या फिर जब वो नंदी द्वार पे पहुंच रहे हैं या वो बाराणसी द्वार पे पहुंच रहे हैं, मतलब एक तरीके से लोग चले हुए, कोई मतलब उसको कोई बताने वाले हैं अगर आप पूछोगे, बट लोगों को पता है कि किधर जाना है।
करेक्ट।
एंट फैमिली है ना, एंट कॉलोनी के अपने आप धीरे अपने तट पे पहुंच जा रहे हैं। तो एक चीज जो मुझे नजर आया कि इस पूरे दौरान व्हाट आई सॉ वाज कि देयर वाज ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर स्टार्टअप्स।
एब्सोल्युटली
राइट, चाहे छोटी बिजनेस हो, क्योंकि अभी भी काफी डिसरप्शन कर सकते हो आप इस एरिया में। मतलब मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मुझे जो तुरंत नजर आ रहा था कि उसमें, क्योंकि मुझे भी पूछना पड़ा हर जगह कि भाई किस तरफ जा रहे हैं, त्रिवेणी किस तरफ में, प्रयाग संगम किस तरफ में है। तो एक लोकलाइज्ड मैप 4-5 किलोमीटर रेडियस का, क्योंकि मेजर कुंभ 12 साल में एक बार आता है, लेकिन हर साल होता है, 3 साल में एक बार होता है, 6 साल में अर्ध कुंभ होता है, और फिर और जैसे आप कहते थे कि यही चीज बाकी जगह भी होगा। 27 में अला इधर होगा, अपना काशी में होगा। सो इस तरह से अगर हम इसकी बात करें तो स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ऐसा नहीं कि 1 साल 12 साल में एक बार, इनफैक्ट अगर स्टार्टअप्स इसमें शामिल होते हैं, इफ दे फाइंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज इन दिस, if they can build businesses around this, it's an 8-year kind of thing. Could you share your thoughts on it?
It's a model by itself for a startup that is coming up, and it is a big push kind of a entry for startups. They can gain expertise into this and gain momentum as they go. First and foremost, if I have to say for startups as well, one should be very determined about the regulatory compliances and the local laws, municipal approvals, permits, safety standards, road management. They have to undergo training in all these areas. Our youngsters have to get trained, skilled, and professionalize the management and art of this performing of a large events on earth. This is one thing that, as Yogi ji has opened, the unending possibilities of Indian potential. This has never been seen or heard of. इसका पहले कभी ग्रंथों में देखा है, पढ़ा है, but at that युगा or kala was different. In the current times as we speak, there is no memory of this kind of a activity happening on earth anywhere. Hence, it is a possibility for youngsters who are committed with skill and good talent and compliance with the regulatory frameworks and with all permits and approvals with the government support. Be it participation in the tenders, from that stage onwards, people should have a complete grip and understanding and provide authentic good service. That is what they will be paid for tomorrow. Not one kumbh or 2 pushkars, not one location or multiple locations. Business will be there forever for them, because this Hindu or tradition or the culture is going to grow significantly now not just in the Akhand Bharat, it will grow across the frontiers. Globalize हो जाएगा ये अभी. This is how I would view. Hence, the opportunities are significantly high.
The other thing that I want to understand is, जैसे आप भी जब वहां गए तो आपने देखा होगा कि nano businesses, छोटे businesses, individual businesses, even children, right? वो किस्ती बेच रहे हैं 10 रुपए का, दिया बेच रहे हैं 10 रुपए का, कच्चा दूध बेच रहे हैं 20 रुपए का. बिजनेसेस को काफी हद तक सपोर्ट हुआ इसकी वजह से, राइट? मतलब मैं एस्टिमेट कर रहा था वहां खड़े होकर, मैं देख रहा था कि तकरीबन 3 किलोमीटर के रास्ते पे एटलीस्ट कम से कम भी 100-150 बंदा सिर्फ दिया बेच रहा था, राइट? कम से कम भी एक 50-100 बंदा आपके नारियल और लाल कपड़ा बेच रहा है.
सही.
तो कोई बड़ा बिजनेस करने, कोई बड़ा बिजनेस नॉलेज होने की जरूरत नहीं है, और काफी रिजनेबल पे, मतलब 10 रुपए का दिया, राइट? 20 रुपए का. ऐसा नहीं, आपको ऐसा कहीं नहीं लगा कि लोग दे वर ट्राइंग टू
एक्स्ट्रा कुछ भी नहीं है.
एग्जैक्टली, कि भाई आप कुंभ में आया तो 100 रुपए का नारियल दूंगा मैं, करेक्ट? रीजनेबल रेट पे, क्योंकि इधर आप हैदराबाद में मंदिर जाते हैं तो वही 30 रुपए का नारियल मिल रहा है, वहां वो 40 रुपए का कपड़े के साथ, लाल चुनरी के साथ में दे रहा है. सो are there any opportunities in small business, small businesses for local youth? क्योंकि ये तो अभी बिल्कुल एक जिसका मर्जी किया आके लगा लिया और वो बेच रहा है. क्या कोई तरीके से इसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा सकता है?
Larger level, I also interviewed several people, Sunilji, while I was there. A lot of families from the communities who run boats, in their family members, बच्चे भी आके जो रोड में बैठ के फूल बेच रहे हैं, नारियल बेच रहे हैं, लाल कपड़ा दे रहे हैं, and they are not greedy. They are coming, getting flowers. I don't know from where they are sourcing. Every time you see throughout the day, they will have fresh flowers.
I saw youth on cycles carrying baskets of flowers. क्योंकि I walked from the towards the Nag Vasuki temple. और उस पे I saw people, literally, every few, 100 meters you could see somebody coming with a cycle with a flower baskets on top. So मेरे ख्याल से हुआ supply chain. So there is a supply chain happening, right? जैसे बॉम्बे का टिफिन डिलीवरी की बात करते हैं, इधर भी एक तरीके से डिलीवरी मॉडल हैपनिंग. पीपल कमिंग इन, मतलब लोग थे जो फूल लेके आएंगे, जो फूल बेचेंगे. आई एम श्योर ये जो साइकिल पे फूल ला रहा है, ये भी कहीं जाकर और कहीं से पिकअप कर रहा है.
सही है.
सो देयर, आई मीन, एक सप्लाई चेन जो कि unless you are paying attention to it, you will not see where it is coming from.
Correct. I even talked to one young girl. She was telling, I have to finish this, then I will get other material.
देखिए, very clear, no dumping, no extra dumping.
No extra dumping. She has few material, Ganga water collect करने का छोटे-छोटे bottles कितना beautiful थे. She has got all that. People are coming and taking 10 रुपए का bottle है, छोटा bottle, 100 ml bottles. She says, once I sell this, I will get next quantity.
Correct.
That discipline, I don't know where from it has come. It is there in the common sense. That is being applied at that time.
Very true. And one of the things, the other factor which was very important for me was, अगर आप देखो कि there was people from a same family, 3 or 4 people spread over a certain area, 50-100 meters, right? And they doing it. So you could see a mother sitting somewhere, and a younger daughter and a son sitting there and doing. Right, so that is where I thought how families decided, okay, they will take a chunk of 50 yards, 100 yards के बीच में 50 में बैठ के हम अपना बेचेंगे. So they all can kind of look at each other in this crowd and make their livelihood. And I think सबसे important बात ये था कि इसमें the locals were allowed to be part of it. Instead of big businesses taking over. So जो ऐसा आपने मैंने खर्च किया है, that's gone to the grassroots level.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is greater amount of satisfaction on that. And people, those small boys and girls who are selling, they understand the requirements of global person or an Indian person. They are not exploiting. They are not exploiting.
They're not exploiting. Yes.
They are doing a fantastic, seamless business हो रहा है उनका. आनंद के साथ हो रहा है.
And when you go closer to the ghat, the changing rooms are limited because for the number of crowd coming in, and most women are the ones who are using these changing rooms, after the dip basically. So all the striking tha mujhe udhar, very, very interesting, and that shows the depth of Sanatan, which is all these women going in, वो अपना डुबकी लगा रही हैं और वापस आ रही हैं. किसी ने कोई छेड़छाड़ी नहीं,
कोई नहीं
nobody is interested is what's happening. सबका एक यही है कि बस आस्था है, डुबकी नहीं. अगर मतलब इस तरह का चीज कहीं और होता, women, and आप अगर आप आपने नोटिस किया होगा कि गांव से जो लेडीज आ रही थी, they were, moving out after the dip and their families gathering, उनको कवर कर रहे हैं, वहीं वो चेंज कर रहे हैं. तो इस तरह का जो आस्था बिल्कुल ही फोकस्ड कि आप काम के लिए आ रहे हो, काम कर रहे हो और आप चले जा रहे हो. So this crowd which is coming in and moving out, and in all this, not a single woman, at least जब तक मैं वहां था और हमने भी कोई मीडिया में ऐसा कुछ देखा, कोई छेड़छाड़ कर रहा हो.
अभी तक
So something which is very, very, that's the basis of the foundation of Sanatan.
That is the foundation of Sanatan. Absolutely, it's well said. Correct. And as far as the business, once you said, छोटे छोटे business के संग उसके साथ में, it is always connected with water. Any kumbh or any pushkar, water. So boats have a very significant role to play. Boats, what happened at several places, we had to hire, talk to them, negotiate. They came in reasonable rates. They could have exploited, but they did not. They could have, because demand was so much.
Yes.
However, there was a gap and an opportunity, both. For example, the boat taxi is an opportunity for youngsters, for startups. It is not just one time. They can just operate this model anywhere. At a very short notice or a month, 2 months before, they can onboard the boat dwellers onto their app, allot them serial numbers, and then run the app and get them business, make the payment seamless, and then distribute. So it is a suvidha for both the yatris as well as the boat dwellers. That is also another thing that can be looked at.
Also, food itself, a miniature version of Swiggy and Zomato can be, part of this, because we moved from point A to point B. There were a lot of food stalls, but also the fact remains ki, there is going to be a section of crowd who's looking for food to be delivered, because people are walking, right? So har jagah crowd hai. So maybe that is also something that can be worked out. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Food, particularly, what I saw, a lot of elderly people are coming. They wanted little specific food, such as diabetic friendly food or some vegan food for foreigners. This is what I saw and I talked when I was talking. So some people were फल खा के कोई बिता रहे, कोई दूध पी के चला रहे. But these kind of apps and services, specific services with delivery model, that they have a very set menu, and we will deliver within such a short time. Again, in the same Dabawala kind of a model, where they do a cloud kitchen and then deliver model in smaller lots, because bulk cannot move in these kind of events. Smaller packets can go, any number can go. So like that, if they can book and seamlessly they operate, this is a good area where they can have very specific food delivered to the needy. That is an interesting area. Otherwise, food is available in plenty, and बहुत लोग खा भी नहीं रहे हैं. They are just like आनंद में है लोग. They are like that.
But definitely there is this opportunity here. And now coming back to the ghat again, one thing, the other striking thing for me was कि जैसे ही आप घाट पे जाके आप डुबकी लगा रहे हो, people living, लोग दिया छोड़ रहे हैं, किश्ती छोड़ रहे हैं, flowers डाल रहे हैं, नारियल छोड़ रहे हैं, and immediately there is a crowd, there are designated people who are clearing it up.
Correct.
So that doesn't muck up the place. So there is a process here also, right?
Exactly. I saw this waste management is been very closely monitored. There are about I heard 10,500 kind of vehicles which are picking up waste on the banks of both sides. वो गाड़ी वाला आया कचरा निकाल kind of a song that they play, and so beautiful song. It is in my mind even now. You see, after 4-5 days also. And they are clearing, and each vehicle is attended by about 6 to 7 people. So a vehicle cannot go to these places. Hence, these people will go with smaller bags and they are collecting things and then coming and running and putting it in the vehicle, and vehicle is going out from there. So the waste management and if there is a crushing kind of a thing, it could have much better. And this again may be an opportunity for youngsters where they can provide this kind of thing, where larger waste can be compressed into smaller pieces, because the area is narrow and it requires pilgrims are the main priority. Waste can be cleared quickly. So this is also an area where they can look at.
And the good part is the majority of the waste that is generated is recyclable because it is flowers.
Yeah.
Diya is made from mud, clay,
Mud.
then coconut, bark. So most of it actually can be recycled,
Correct.
right?
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, coming to the opportunity at the Ghat, one of the things that I saw, which is again very, this tells you how the local population understands the requirement, right? You and me probably wouldn't have thought of it. At least, definitely, I didn't think. When I went there, I saw three things that being sold, right? And really, they were like selling like hotcakes. One was a huge plastic cover because people had to keep their clothes belonging at one place, right? So you can't put it. So they were selling these plastic covers on their huge plastic covers, and people would there. And then while going, they were handing it back. That would get recycled.
Get recycled. Correct.
And with probably let's say 100,000, 1 lakh pieces, it'll keep recycling as many people buy it. Right? So that was one thing. The second thing I found was, which was very, it caught my attention, was men's underwear is being sold, undergarments, right?
Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes.
Who would think, right?
Too good it was.
Yeah. And then the third was socks.
Socks.
So again, this just tells you the local, knowledge, the local understanding, which is very, very critical when you go to any place. And the fact that the local entrepreneurs knew that this is what was required, and these were very close to the Ghat. They were not selling, like if you started off way off, there were different things. So like hot tea was available, some snacks were available. As we came closer to the Ghat, the requirements for the Ghat were available, right?
Correct. Or for your mobile phone, that it will not get into the water, they are covering, pouches are being sold. Very small things, but it makes a lot of sense and value to the person at that moment. So these are the things which are readily available, as if somebody has instructed them and trained them to sell this at this interval. Beautifully done.
Very good. So and once you've taken the dip, coming back and many of us changed. Most men were changing on the Ghat itself. We thought two things. One, all those who could get access to the changing room were doing it, and others primarily, using this huge plastic cover. One would create a ring, or family members would create a ring, and they would change inside. So there was a knowledge, how you do it, and then people moved back. Tell us, share the environment, how it was. When I walked through on the return, I saw people playing, drums, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Ganga. This was all, Har Har Gange. This was, all through the thing. So why I'm asking this, a lot of people have this worry of huge crowd mein kaise jayenge. But I think there was this kind of a, it was not organized, but people knew that you had to just keep moving. Nobody was sitting there or waiting there.
Correct. As वो कहते हैं ना, these kind of programs have divine grace, and when that is there, people mind and heart get tuned naturally. When that happens, discipline will come, and that is what Sanatan is all about. It is a way of living. We adopted this for millennia. There is no new thing that has to be told by somebody to us, trained by somebody else to us today. It is already known. That is what is being displayed today. Had it not been there, we could not have been acquired and performed this way. That is not possible.
Talk to us about the accommodation, the kind of accommodation you had. I lived in a tent accommodation.
Yeah.
So those Swiss model tent accommodation, I would rate them at 3-star. Very good facility. आप बताइए आपका accommodation का experience कैसा रहा और is there any opportunity there for youngsters?
Oh, definitely. There are temporary housing which is constructed. Luxury tents were there, clamping was there, and there are certain booking platforms like Make My Trip is also selling tents. Marriott is selling. Other big hotels are also in the fray. Luxury tents ranging from 1 lakh, 1,50,000 per night, of 1,800 to 2,000 SFT with inbuilt sofa set, cushion, comfort, sleep, everything that is required, like as if it is your individual palace. Once you come out of the tent, you are onto the Ghat. Where I stayed is belonging to the Paramarth Niketan. It's a semi, tents, about 1,200 people accommodation for the international guests of Swamiji, and a permanent structure as well. It has 3 major temples. One is Rameshwaram, another is Puri Jagannath, like these temples are also constructed, wellness centers constructed. There is spas inside. Yoga is happening. Yoga trainers are there. People are engaging. And there is one of the biggest pandal of Mahakumbh is at Paramartha Niketan. This pandal conducts everyday evening satsangs. Such a disciplined crowd. All are welcome. Such a disciplined crowd. कोई किसी को कुछ बोल नहीं रहा है. आ रहे आराम से बैठे. They are taking anand and they are leaving. And the same place, on this same camp, there are temporary housing, tents, permanent structures, people are accommodated, and outside are also coming. There is ये ऐसा कोई भेदभाव नहीं है कि ये टेंट में ये ही वाला आके ऐसा बैठे. हालांकि रहने के लिए accommodation they have booked, but satsang के लिए when they have to come, all are welcome. This is the beauty of Indian psyche. क्योंकि सत्संग का प्लेस में about 5,000 people can sit. Whereas your individual tents which are dedicated for this ashram are only for 1,200. So people come from all over the place, but they don't intrude into your tent.
Yeah.
This is also what I saw. Very disciplined crowd at every place.
In fact, one of the trends that we said in Tank City was, similar on the similar lines. And उधर में एक सबसे अच्छी चीज जो देखने को ये मिला कि जो फूड सेवा करने के लिए जो लगाए हुए, they had come from different parts. Delhi se bhi lady, and she was making all those morning breakfasts and tea and serving people who were living in the tents. And it was seva bhav. It's not that ki commercial aap mujhe paisa do to main aapko de rahi hu. So that is the other thing. We saw seva bhav was the cornerstone, one of the cornerstones of the whole Mahakumbh, right?
Correct, absolutely.
Now, opportunity wise, two things again, that came to my notice. When I came back, one of the founders of a startup who's himself physically challenged, disabled, he called up and he asked me as to, I want to name him, but then he said, Major Saab, what's the arrangement made for people like us, right? And frankly, it didn't struck me then, but then it so happened that at Nandidwar, I did see a couple on a tricycle. That's what I could see. So I told him, listen, आप जा सकते हो, जो मुझे नजर आया कि अगर आपका ट्राईसाइकिल आप लेके जा सकते हो. But that was one area that probably I don't know, because I am not the right person to talk about it, because I didn't see it, क्योंकि मैंने देखा नहीं है कि क्या arrangement था. But I think वो एक जगह है जहाँ की बहुत ज्यादा need है कुछ करने का, जिससे कि people with disability can also go and do a dip without dip, because there is so much of नाकाबंदी, हर जगह barricades हैं, तो people can't go with their vehicles.
Correct.
So what is your thoughts on that?
There is one area towards the Arail Ghat on the other side, where it is sector 23 and 24, where Swamiji has organized for people with disabilities. किसी को पैर नहीं है, हाथ नहीं है. And there is a van that gives a leg instantly.
Okay.
You have to go and see to believe this.
Interesting.
And, very interesting. And those people who are doing कारीगर people, वो उसका भी पैर नहीं है, वही कर रहा है पैर, किसी को पैर बना के दे रहा है वो.
The pain, he or she understands the pain.
When he is making and giving, there is absolutely overwhelming love outpouring. So the other person who comes, the kind of उसका mindset कैसा रहेगा, आप सोचिए. The kind of dip that he wanted to take or walk into it, taking a temporary leg and fit himself and get to the dip into the Ganges. So this is something very unique. And on the other side, there was one more camp I saw, organized by Puja Swamiji, Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj, is for the health camp for the eyes. They have arrangement for about 10 lakh people eye testing camps. Seva hai bhai, opportunity hai, people are coming. So किसी को पैर नहीं है तो पैर लगाएंगे, कंसेशन में लगाएंगे. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक्सप्लॉइटेशन, पैसा कुछ भी नहीं है, फ्री में लगाएंगे. That we will bear, ashram will bear. Eye test करेंगे, एक ग्लास देके भेजेंगे. It is not that to take something from them. It is a urge to contribute something, give something good memory to them, love to them. And all this is happening on the banks of River Ganga.
And the good part is, in one go, at one place, people coming from across India are being, are getting that seva, right? So that's how else would you do that? अगर आपको करना.
No, it cannot be explained. Correct.
की बात करते हैं startups में, this is the scale, right? एक जगह you can achieve that scale.
This is the scale, yes.
Of India, right?
I will get the details of both these. One is that temporary leg arrangement ka koi, and also that eye testing camp. I will get both these details and keep it with me. For any reference we can share with them.
You know, the other thing that I want to I want your thoughts on. See, because of barricades or nakabandi, you can't take your vehicles closer to the ghat, right? But I believe, you know, there are a lot of people who can't walk, right? You know, because of various reasons. अगर थोड़े से e-rickshaws ज़्यादा होते and if it was managed well, because the route I took from Nagvasuki temple to the ghat, you know, I see half a dozen e-rickshaws, and that also, उसमें I spoke to one of the e-rickshaw guy, and he was saying कि सब बंद कर रहे हैं, not letting us go, and a lot of people having trouble. What I realized on the ghat. So, you know, family members had to really, you know, some lifting them, finding different, especially for the old, you know.
Correct.
I think that's an opportunity where probably, you know, startups could look into how you could have e-rickshaws moving up and down, you know, and organize them through an app.
Yeah, organize them through an app, and also booking slots can be fixed so that there is no jam at you know, all the areas. People can be streamlined, traffic management can happen. Of course, again, with a caution, in line with the regulation and police controls and parking areas, and specifically to deal with all of this. Because any vehicle occupies more space than an individual walking. And these places, one should have a minimum ability to walk without notice about 10 kilometers. वो फिटनेस वहां जाके गंगा जी अपने आप में दे रहा है सभी को. This is what is happening.
It's just that, you know, when you're talking about 40 crores, अगर हम उसको 0.01% भी लें तो you are a chartered accountant, you can tell me what numbers it adds to for people who cannot, you know, who cannot. See, what I saw there were old, elderly, you know, people coming in, and, you know, family members. Literally, I saw people tying their hands, you know, wrist to their wrist, walking because खो ना जाए भीड़ में.
Correct.
When you're doing that, and if the elderly person is having challenge, see, people coming from village is not a problem because they fitness levels are much higher. Problem for Indian, you know, urban Indians, right? जो हमारे habits खराब हो चुके हैं, and then elderly there, people with overweight and all, they come आस्था है, but challenge is also there. So अगर कुछ किया जा सके उधर, where at least for जैसे airport में नहीं होता है, where you have going up and down, some kind of budget, that's an opportunity. That's what I was thinking.
Correct. There were some buggies which are dedicated buggies are available, but they are pre-approved and permitted, licensed, and all that. Otherwise, it's very difficult to maneuver and move in line with the thick and thin of large amount of public which are coming in and going out seamlessly.
Shravani, thank you very much for being on the show. Any final comments that you want to leave the audience with? And you know, we want to see how, as My Startup TV, we can add more value to it. And you know, because when we talk about economy, you know, it starts from grassroots, right? And like I was there on the inauguration of Ayodhya, you know, Ram Temple in Ayodhya last year. I saw the same thing. You know, the local economy builds up.
Correct.
Mahakumbh, again we are seeing the local economy, and in India we are blessed. भारत में हम blessed हैं कि हमें हर स्टेट में कुछ ना कुछ तीर्थ स्थान और उसको इसी तरह से leverage किया जाए तो local economy will build on its own.
Correct, absolutely.
तो अगर 40 करोड़ महाकुंभ के लिए आए तो 10 करोड़ कहीं और भी आ सकते हैं, रामेश्वर भी आ सकते हैं, श्रीनगर भी जा सकते हैं. You know, so it's doable. So, final thoughts for you.
One another area after that tiring 20 kilometers walk, I honestly felt if there is a massager for my legs chair kind of a thing, that is a good idea where I can have about 100 massage chairs installed outside the temporary tents or luxury tents where people can come, pay some 100 rupees, get massaged and go relaxed. This is one good service. And little hot water is a one good service. These are the two things that I thought can go. Of course, there are opportunities in wellness area, yoga, sanitation, you know, waste management, and all these personal hygiene, Wi-Fi zones, you know, mobile activity, AR, VR activities, and also on and forth. There are a lot of opportunities for youngsters to start anything. There is a grand success, and it is not one time. One should be dedicated. You have to give your life, then it will give you a great life. This is the message.
Now, my thought, I mean, I want to dig that further. कि आप ये बताइए कि जैसे महाकुंभ हम जब सुनते थे कहते भी 12 साल, राइट? लेकिन इट्स नॉट समथिंग कि आप अगर कोई चीज करो 12 साल में एक बार ही यूज होगा, क्योंकि हर साल कुंभ होता है, हर 3 साल में कुंभ होता है, हर 6 साल में अर्ध कुंभ होता है, तो दैट इज इट्स अ ऑनगोइंग थिंग.
इट इज
अगर महाकुंभ में 40 करोड़ लोग आ रहे हैं तो नॉर्मल टाइम में 1-2 करोड़ बंदा तो आएगा ही आएगा.
आएगा ही.
तो कि आप अगर if you're making something or creating something, it's going to be used once in 12 years.
No, it is not that. Correct. Every year, somewhere or the other, one part of the country or the other part, one river or the other, like what I said, Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, Tungabhadra, Penna. There are about a dozen of the rivers, and 12 days continuously, some part of the country keep happening. It is one event, expertise is what is required, then it is a replication. It is just that.
So with that, we will end this show. Our first show on MyStartupTV post the hack.
Very happy to be with you. Yeah.
But we'll restart from here. And best to start with a program in Mahakumbh. Thank you very much. Do join us for our regular shows.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaskar, Shram ji.
Namaskar. How are you, Major Saab?
I'm good. Thank you very much for joining on a Sunday morning. पहले नमस्कार to all the viewers. Thank you for joining. आज हमारा पहला एपिसोड, पहला लाइव ब्रॉडकास्ट नया चैनल का, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने पिछले हफ्ते हमें एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रेजेडी हुआ. 5.5 साल के मेहनत के बाद में माई स्टार टीवी का जो मेन चैनल था दैट गॉट हैक्ड. बट we being very hacked does not stop us. We are restarting. So our first guest today is our friend, my friend Shriramji, who's been Shriramji has been known to me for many years, and he's a chartered accountant. And recently वो महाकुंभ में तीर्थ स्नान करके आए हैं, तो हम इनके साथ में जाना चाहेंगे. who better than Shriram to tell us about how Mahakumbh is turning out to be a major boost for SMEs, nano businesses, family businesses, small businesses, people on the street. In fact, 13 January और 14 January को मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ कि मैं भी पहले 2 दिन पे ही I was there with my family at Mahakumbh, और हमने स्नान किया सुबह ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में. और तो श्रीराम जी, over to you. बताइए पहली बात, share a little bit of आपके personal journey of going to Mahakumbh, and then we'll come into the economics part of it.
The era of Indian Bharat across the globe, जो शंखनाद बोलते हैं, it already गूंज गया है, and we have a long way to go now, and the next millennia belongs to India in a way. It is not just one event, but this is a very defining moment in the human history, where like never before in the past, in the known human history ever, such a large human population had accumulated at a single place with such a discipline, dedication, with a lot of courtesies to each other, and excellent, outstanding facilities by the government, Yogi ji and Modi ji. Both together, the kind of work they have done is mesmerizing and divine. And कुंभ का बारे में अगर बोला जाए तो this is not the first time that is happening. This will not be the last time that is happening. जैसा मेजर साहब ने बताया, we all had the divine experience. वहाँ जाते हैं तो अपने आस्था के साथ जाते हैं, बिजनेस वैसे ही तो आता है यार. So youngsters, there is a lot of opportunities. The world is open for talented people, disciplined, committed people. We will take it ahead as some pointers come. About a small initial thing about Kumbh, if I have to say, Mahakumbh is one of the biggest, largest gathering, as we say, in the current year up to 26th of February is one event. But if you see the Kumbh Melas, the next Kumbh that is coming up is 2027 Haridwar. The dates would, however, would come. After that will be coming the Ujjain, Nasik. Post that, this happens at every 12-year cycle. Other than these 4 major Kumbhs, there are Pushkars that is called for Krishna, Kaveri, Ganga, Tungabhadra, Penna, Narmada, Sindhu. From you take Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, everywhere, Karnataka. So this event is a celebration. These similar festivals of Hindu festivities attract. Halaki, these Pushkars will happen for 12 years, once for 12 days. Kumbh happens for a longer period. However, the modus operandi of the structure construct and the astha is the same. And opportunity is not a one-time opportunity. I would rather invite the youngsters to think of coming and developing this as a specialized activity. So this is how I would look at Sunilji.
Again, quickly, just for hundreds of thousands of guests, people out there who want to go to Kumbh. And एक चिंता जो सभी में है वो ये है कि भीड़ है, किस तरह से होगा, वेदर अकोमोडेशन मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, ठंड होगा, उसके लिए आपके पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, जैसे क्योंकि आप अभी रिसेंटली जाके, मैं भी जाके आया, तो मैं चाहूंगा आपसे पहले सुनूं कि कैसा आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा, कोई दिक्कतें आई उधर, कोई चैलेंजेस आई आपको, इफ यू कैन शेयर दैट.
There was challenges were there. Challenges were there with a lot of love. It was adopted. Say, for example, in my case, I traveled with my family, and we had pleasure of walking and started early morning about 2:30 in the morning. We woke up early, took our bath, went out, just wanted to see and go in camp to camp to camp. It is all divided into sectors. We were staying at sector 23. We walked up to sector 1. That is about roughly about 19.5 kilometers we walked that night, early in the morning. It was great pleasure walking on the sides of Ganga. And we crossed the Ganga river 2 times in this thing, 19 kilometers. And we had the opportunity to meet Nagasadhus and various other dignitaries, Babajis. So it is all divine experience. It cannot be expressed. It has to be felt, experienced. One has to feel. It is like that.
So coming to the crowd itself, the crowd management, उसका कैसा आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा? क्योंकि what I saw and a lot of people have been asking me, क्योंकि मैं आपको बता, मैं अपनी फैमिली के साथ 13 तारीख को था, and I was lucky and blessed कि हमें घाट से सिर्फ 3 किलोमीटर दूर अकोमोडेशन मिला, जो कि टेंट अकोमोडेशन था. So we had to walk just about 3 kilometers. But अगर हम भीड़ की बात करें, जिस तरह से भीड़ उधर आ रहा है सब, I mean फर्स्ट डे everybody knows कि मतलब 1.5 करोड़ लोगों ने they were there at महाकुंभ. आपके टाइम पे तकरीबन वही रहा है, और तकरीबन 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ बंदे रहेंगे, 1.5 से 2 करोड़ बंदे हर रोज आएंगे, क्योंकि तभी जाके 40-50 करोड़ का टोटल जो कह रहे हैं कि जो प्रोजेक्शंस हैं कि 40 करोड़ 50 करोड़ आएंगे. तो मतलब रफली 40 दिन में 1.5-2 करोड़ बंदे आएंगे, तभी जाके 40 होगा. तो मतलब आप कभी भी जाएं, चाहे आप वो जो 5 मेन दिन है उसमें जाएं, चाहे आप एनी अदर डे जाएं, तो 1.5 करोड़ तो आप लेके चले. तो उसमें ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ आपका पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस क्या रहा अबाउट क्राउड मैनेजमेंट, क्योंकि मैं जब गया हूं तो मैंने ये देखा कि क्राउड वाज मूविंग इन अ सिंक्रोनाइज्ड मैनर. कोई ऐसा नहीं था कोई खड़े होकर आपको बोल रहा है कि इधर जाइए उधर जाइए. तो आप अगर करना चाहें.
Absolutely. The connectivity, signage boards, or the local police support, home guards, or even the locals who are there, were all, as a family. People are moving together as a family. You don't feel that somebody outsider is there. There may be a foreigner from some other part of the globe, but he is a family. And the people and the culturally the uplifted the spirit of such, all the youth and बुजुर्ग भी आए, बड़े लोग भी थे, but there was no दिक्कत, किसी को नहीं हुआ, and people are helping each other and going. At several places, we also helped people. People also helped us. And we were so unprepared on the day one. We were there for first 3 days, incidentally. The first day, we just wanted to go out of home and we went without anything, just like that. There were people, can you remember, can you think? People came and gave us towels for taking bath. We didn't have towels. This is a business again opportunity if we have to. But people gave towels. It cannot be bought at a particular point of time. वो प्यार होता है, so it will flow. So this is what we experienced.
जो मुझे मतलब जो मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहा है कुंभ 13 जनवरी को हम लोग वहां थे, तो मतलब एक तरीके से मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था कि मतलब बैचेस में अपने आप से उठ रहे हैं और चल रहे हैं, चाहे वो नाग वासुकी टेम्पल से होते, मंदिर से होते हुए के साथ साथ लगे हुए, या फिर जब वो नंदी द्वार पे पहुंच रहे हैं, या वो बाराणसी द्वार पे पहुंच रहे हैं, मतलब एक तरीके से लोग चले हुए, कोई मतलब उसको उन्हें कोई बताने वाले हैं अगर आप पूछोगे, बट लोगों को पता है कि किधर जाना है.
करेक्ट.
एंट फैमिली है ना, एंट कॉलोनी के अपने आप धीरे अपने तट पे पहुंच जा रहे हैं.
Correct.
तो एक चीज जो मुझे नजर आया कि इस पूरे दौरान व्हाट आई सॉ वाज कि देयर वाज ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर स्टार्टअप्स.
एब्सोल्युटली
राइट. चाहे छोटे बिजनेस हो, क्योंकि अभी भी काफी डिसरप्शन कर सकते हो आप इस एरिया में. मतलब मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मुझे जो तुरंत नजर आ रहा था कि उसमें, क्योंकि मुझे भी पूछना पड़ा हर जगह कि भाई किस तरफ जा रहे हैं, त्रिवेणी किस तरफ में, प्रयाग संगम किस तरफ में है. तो एक लोकलाइज्ड मैप, 4-5 किलोमीटर रेडियस का, क्योंकि मेजर कुंभ 12 साल में एक बार आता है, लेकिन हर साल होता है, 3 साल में एक बार होता है, 6 साल में अर्ध कुंभ होता है, और फिर और जैसे आप कहते थे कि यही चीज बाकी जगह भी होगा. 27 में अला इधर होगा, अपना काशी में होगा. सो इस तरह से अगर हम इसकी बात करें तो स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ऐसा नहीं कि 1 साल 12 साल में एक बार. इनफैक्ट अगर स्टार्टअप्स इसमें शामिल होते हैं, इफ दे फाइंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज इन दिस, इफ दे कैन बिल्ड बिजनेसेस अराउंड दिस, इट्स एन year kind of thing. Could you share your thoughts on it?
It's a model by itself for a startup that is coming up, and it is a big push kind of a entry for startups. They can gain expertise into this and gain momentum as they go. First and foremost, if I have to say for startups as well, one should be very determined about the regulatory compliances and the local laws, municipal approvals, permits, safety standards, road management. They have to undergo training in all these areas. Our youngsters have to get trained, skilled, and professionalize the management and art of this performing of a large events on earth. This is one thing that, as Yogi ji has opened, the unending possibilities of Indian potential. This has never been seen or heard of. इसका पहले कभी ग्रंथों में देखा है, पढ़ा है, but at that yuga or kala was different. In the current times as we speak, there is no memory of this kind of a activity happening on earth anywhere. Hence, it is a possibility for youngsters who are committed with skill and good talent and compliance with regulatory frameworks and with all permits and approvals with the government support. Be it participation in the tenders, from that stage onwards, people should have a complete grip and understanding and provide authentic good service. That is what they will be paid for tomorrow. Not one kumbh or 2 pushkars, not one location or multiple locations. Business will be there forever for them, because this Hindu or tradition or the culture is going to grow significantly now. Not just in the Akhand Bharat, it will grow across the frontiers. Globalize ho jayega ye abhi. This is how I would view. Hence, the opportunities are significantly high.
The other thing that I want to understand is, जैसे आप भी जब वहां गए तो आपने देखा होगा कि नैनो बिजनेसेस, छोटे बिजनेसेस, इंडिविजुअल बिजनेसेस, इवन चिल्ड्रन, राइट, वो किस्ती बेच रहे हैं 10 रुपए का, दिया बेच रहे हैं 10 रुपए का, कच्चा दूध बेच रहे हैं 20 रुपए का. बिजनेसेस को काफी हद तक सपोर्ट हुआ इसकी वजह से, राइट. मतलब मैं एस्टिमेट कर रहा था वहां खड़े होकर, मैं देख रहा था कि तकरीबन 3 किलोमीटर के रास्ते पे एटलीस्ट कम से कम भी 100-150 बंदा सिर्फ दिया बेच रहा था, राइट. कम से कम भी एक 50-100 बंदा आपके नारियल और लाल कपड़ा बेच रहा है,
सही,
तो कोई बड़ा बिजनेस करने कोई बड़ा बिजनेस नॉलेज होने की जरूरत नहीं, और काफी रिजनेबल पे, मतलब 10 रुपए का दिया, राइट, 20 रुपए का, ऐसा नहीं, आपको ऐसा कहीं नहीं लगा कि लोग दे वर ट्राइंग टू
एक्स्ट्रा कुछ भी नहीं है,
एग्जैक्टली कि भाई आप कुंभ गया तो 100 रुपए का नारियल दूंगा मैं, करेक्ट, बहुत रीजनेबल रेट पे, क्योंकि इधर हम हैदराबाद में मंदिर जाते हैं तो वही 30 रुपए का नारियल मिल रहा है, वहां वो 40 रुपए का कपड़े के साथ लाल चुनरी के साथ में दे रहा है. So are there any opportunities in small business, small businesses for local youth? क्योंकि ये तो अभी बिल्कुल एक जिसका मर्जी किया आके लगा लिया और वो बेच रहा है, क्या कोई तरीके से इसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा सकता है?
Larger level, I also interviewed several people, Sunilji, while I was there. A lot of families from the communities who run boats, their family members, बच्चे बच्चे भी आके जो रोड में बैठ के फूल बेच रहे हैं, नारियल बेच रहे हैं, लाल कपड़ा दे रहे हैं, and they are not greedy. They are coming, getting flowers. I don't know from where they are sourcing. Every time you see throughout the day, they will have fresh flowers.
I saw youth on cycles carrying baskets of flowers. क्योंकि I walked from the towards the Nag Vasuki temple. और उस पे I saw people, literally, every few, 100 meters you could see somebody coming with a cycle with a flower baskets on top. So मेरे ख्याल से who are supply chain. So there is a supply chain happening, right? जैसे बॉम्बे का टिफिन डिलीवरी की बात करते हैं, इधर भी एक तरीके से डिलीवरी मॉडल हैपनिंग, पीपल कमिंग इन, मतलब लोग थे जो फूल लेके आएंगे, जो फूल बेचेंगे. आई एम श्योर ये जो साइकिल पे फूल ला रहा है, ये भी कहीं जाकर और कहीं से पिकअप कर रहा है.
सही है.
सो देयर, आई मीन, एक सप्लाई चेन जो कि unless you are paying attention to it, you will not see where it is coming from.
Correct. I even talked to one young girl. She was telling, I have to finish this, then I will get other material.
देखिए, very clear, no dumping, no extra dumping.
No extra dumping. She has few material, गंगा water collect करने का छोटे छोटे bottles कितना beautiful थे. She has got all that. People are coming and taking 10 रुपए का bottle है, छोटा bottle, 100 ml bottles. She says, once I sell this, I will get next quantity.
Correct.
That discipline, I don't know where from it has come. It is there in the common sense. That is being applied at that time.
Very true. And one of the things, the other factor which was very important for me was, अगर आप देखो कि there was people from a same family, 3 or 4 people spread over a certain area, 50-100 meters, right? And they're doing it. So you could see a mother sitting somewhere, and a younger daughter and a son sitting there and doing. Right, so that is where I thought how families decided, okay, they will take a chunk of 50 yards, 100 yards के बीच में 50 में बैठ के हम अपना बेचेंगे. So they all can kind of look at each other in this crowd and make their livelihood. And I think सबसे important बात ये था कि इसमें the locals were allowed to be part of it instead of big businesses taking over. So जो ऐसा आपने मैंने खर्च किया है, that has gone to the grassroots level.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is greater amount of satisfaction on that. And people, those small boys and girls who are selling, they understand the requirements of global person or an Indian person. They are not exploiting. They are not exploiting.
Not exploiting. Yes.
They are doing a fantastic seamless business हो रहा है उनका, आनंद के साथ हो रहा है.
And when you go closer to the ghat, the changing rooms are limited because for the number of crowd coming in, and most women are the ones who are using these changing rooms, after the dip basically. So all the striking था मुझे उधर, very very interesting, and that shows the depth of Sanatan, which is all these women going in, वो अपना डुबकी लगा रही हैं और वापस आ रही हैं.
सही है.
किसी ने कोई छेड़छाड़ी नहीं,
कोई नहीं.
Nobody is interested in what's happening. सबका एक यही है कि बस आस्था है, डुबकी नहीं. अगर मतलब इस तरह का चीज कहीं और होता, women, and अगर आपने नोटिस किया होगा कि गांव से जो लेडीज आ रही थी, they were moving out after the dip and their families gathering, उनको कवर कर रहे हैं, वहीं वो चेंज कर रहे हैं. तो इस तरह का जो आस्था बिल्कुल ही फोकस्ड, कि आप काम के लिए आ रहे हो, काम कर रहे हो और आप चले जा रहे हो. So this crowd which is coming in and moving out, and in all this, not a single woman, at least जब तक मैं वहां था और हमने भी कोई मीडिया में ऐसा कुछ देखा, कोई छेड़छाड़ कर रहा हो. So something which is very very that's the basis of the foundation of Sanatan.
That is the foundation of Sanatan, absolutely. It's well said, correct. And as far as the business, once you said, छोटे छोटे business के संग उसके साथ में, it is always connected with water, any kumbh or any pushkar, water. So boats have a very significant role to play. Boats, what happened at several places, we had to hire, talk to them, negotiate. They came in reasonable rates. They could have exploited, but they did not. They could have, because demand was so much.
Yes.
However, there was a gap and an opportunity, both. For example, the boat taxi is an opportunity for youngsters, for startups. It is not just one time. They can just operate this model anywhere. At a very short notice or a month, 2 months before, they can onboard the boat dwellers onto their app, allot them serial numbers, and then run the app and get them business, make the payment seamless, and then distribute. So it is a suvidha for both the yatris as well as the boat dwellers. That is also another thing that can be looked at.
Also, food itself, a miniature version of Swiggy and Zomato can be, part of this, because we moved from point A to point B. There were a lot of food stalls, but also the fact remains that, there is going to be a section of crowd who's looking for food to be delivered, because people are walking, right? So, how does crowd hai? So maybe that is also something that can be worked out. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Food, particularly, what I saw, a lot of elderly people are coming. They wanted little specific food, such as diabetic-friendly food or some vegan food for foreigners. This is what I saw and I talked when I was talking. So some people were फल खा के कोई बिता रहे, कोई दूध पी के चला रहे. But these kind of apps and services, specific services with delivery model, that they have a very set menu, and we will deliver within such a short time. Again, in the same dabba wala kind of a model, where they do a cloud kitchen and then deliver model in smaller lots, because bulk cannot move in these kind of events. Smaller packets can go, any number can go. So like that, if they can book and seamlessly they operate, this is a good area where they can have very specific food delivered to the needy. That is an interesting area. Otherwise, food is available in plenty, and both लोग खा भी नहीं रहे हैं. They are just like आनंद में हैं लोग. They are like that.
But definitely there is this opportunity here. And now coming back to the Ghat again, one thing, the other striking thing for me was कि जैसे ही आप घाट पे जाके आप डुबकी लगा रहे हो, people living, लोग दिया छोड़ रहे हैं, किश्ती छोड़ रहे हैं, flowers डाल रहे हैं, नारियल छोड़ रहे हैं, and immediately there is a crowd, there are designated people who are clearing it up.
Correct.
So that doesn't muck up the place. So there is a process here also, right?
Exactly. I saw this waste management is been very closely monitored. There are about I heard 10,500 kind of vehicles which are picking up waste on the banks of both sides. वो गाड़ी वाला आया कचरा निकाल kind of a song that they play, and so beautiful song. It is in my mind even now. You see, after 4-5 days also. And they are clearing, and each vehicle is attended by about 6 to 7 people. So a vehicle cannot go to these places. Hence, these people will go with smaller bags and they are collecting things and then coming and running and putting it in the vehicle, and vehicle is going out from there. So the waste management and if there is a crushing kind of a thing, it could have much better. And this again may be an opportunity for youngsters where they can provide this kind of thing, where larger waste can be compressed into smaller pieces, because the area is narrow and it requires pilgrims are the main priority. Waste can be cleared quickly. So this is also an area where they can look at.
And the good part is the majority of the waste that is generated is recyclable, because it is flowers.
Yeah.
Diyas made from mud, clay,
mud,
then coconut. So most of it actually can be recycled.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, coming to the opportunity at the Ghat, one of the things that I saw, which is again very, this tells you how the local population understands the requirement, right? You and me probably wouldn't have thought of it. At least definitely I didn't think. When I went there, I saw 3 things that have been sold, right? And really, they were like selling like hotcakes. One was a huge plastic cover, because people had to keep their clothes belonging at one place, right? So you can't put it. So they were selling these plastic covers on there, huge plastic covers, and people would there. And then, while going, they were handing it back. That would get recycled.
Get recycled, correct.
Come with probably, let's say, 100,000, 1 lakh pieces. It'll keep recycling as many people buy it. Right? So that was one thing. The second thing I found was, which was very, it caught my attention, was men's underwear is being sold, undergarments, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Who would think, right?
Too good it was.
Yeah, and then the third was socks.
Socks.
So again, this just tells you the local, knowledge, the local understanding, which is very, very critical when you go to any place, and the fact that the local entrepreneurs knew that this is what was required, and these were very close to the ghat. They were not selling, like if you started off way off, there were different things. So like hot tea was available, some snacks were available. As you came closer to the ghat, the requirements for the ghat were available, right?
Correct. Or for your mobile phone, that it will not get into the water, they are covering, pouches are being sold. Very small things, but it makes a lot of sense and value to the person at that moment. So these are the things which are readily available, as if somebody has instructed them and trained them to sell this at this interval. Beautifully done.
Very good. So and once you've taken the dip, coming back, and many of us changed. Most men were changing on the ghat itself. We thought two things: one, all those who could get access to the changing room were doing it, and others primarily, using this huge plastic cover. One would create a ring, or family members would create a ring, and they would change inside. So there was a knowledge, how you do it, and then people moved back. Tell us, share the environment, how it was. When I walked through on the return, I saw people playing, drums, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Ganga. This was all, Har Har Gange. This was, all through the thing. So why I'm asking this is, a lot of people have this worry of huge crowd mein kaise jayenge. But I think there was this kind of a, it was not organized, but people knew that you had to just keep moving. Nobody was sitting there or waiting there.
Correct. As कहते हैं ना, these kind of programs have divine grace, and when that is there, people mind and heart get tuned naturally. When that happens, discipline will come, and that is what Sanatan is all about. It is a way of living. We adopted this for millennia. There is no new thing that has to be told by somebody to us, trained by somebody else to us today. It is already known. That is what is being displayed today. Had it not been there, we could not have been acquired and performed this way. That is not possible.
Talk to us about the accommodation, the kind of accommodation you had. I lived in a tent accommodation.
Yeah.
So the Swiss model tent accommodation, I would rate them at 3-star. Very good facility. आप बताइए, आपका accommodation का experience कैसा रहा, और is there any opportunity there for youngsters?
Oh, definitely. There are temporary housing which is constructed. Luxury tents were there, clamping was there, and there are certain booking platforms like Make My Trip is also selling tents. Marriott is selling. Other big hotels are also in the fray. Luxury tents ranging from 1 lakh, 1,50,000 per night, of 1,800 to 2,000 SFT, with inbuilt sofa set, cushion, comfort, sleep, everything that is required, like as if it is your individual palace. Once you come out of the tent, you are onto the ghat. Where I stayed is belonging to the Paramarth Niketan. It's a semi, tents, about 1,200 people accommodation for the international guests of Swamiji, and a permanent structure as well. It has 3 major temples. One is Rameshwaram, another is Puri Jagannath. Like these temples are also constructed, wellness centers constructed. There is spas inside. Yoga is happening. Yoga trainers are there. People are engaging. And there is one of the biggest pandal of Mahakumbh is at Paramarth Niketan. This pandal conducts everyday evening satsangs. Such a disciplined crowd. All are welcome. Such a disciplined crowd. कोई किसी को कुछ बोल नहीं रहा है. आ रहे आराम से बैठे. They are taking anand and they are leaving. And the same place, on this same camp, there are temporary housing, tents, permanent structures. People are accommodated. And outside are also coming. देयर इज ये ऐसा कोई भेदभाव नहीं है कि ये टेंट में ये ही वाला आके ऐसा बैठे, हालांकि रहने के लिए अकोमोडेशन दे हैव बुक्ड, बट सत्संग के लिए व्हेन दे हैव टू कम, ऑल आर वेलकम. दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ इंडियन साइकी. क्योंकि सत्संग का प्लेस में अबाउट 5,000 पीपल कैन सिट, whereas your individual tents which are dedicated for this ashram are only for 1,200. So people come from all over the place, but they don't intrude into your tent.
Correct.
This is also what I saw. Very disciplined crowd at every place.
In fact, one of the tents that we stayed in Tank City was, similar on the similar lines. And उधर में एक सबसे अच्छी चीज जो देखने को ये मिला कि जो फूड सेवा करने के लिए जो लगाए हुए, they had come from different parts. Delhi se lady, and she was making all those morning breakfasts and tea and serving people who were living in the tents. And it was seva bhav. It's not that ki commercial aap mujhe paisa do to main aapko de rahi hu. So that is the other thing. We saw seva bhav was the cornerstone, one of the cornerstones of the whole Mahakumbh, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
Now, opportunity wise, two things again, that came to my notice when I came back. One of the founders of a startup who's himself physically challenged, disabled, he called up and he asked me as to, I want to name him, but then he said, Major Sahab, what's the arrangement made for people like us, right? And frankly, it didn't struck me then, but then it so happened that at Nandidwar, I did see a couple on a tricycle. That's what I could see. So I told him, listen, आप जा सकते हो, जो मुझे नजर आया कि अगर आपका ट्राइसाइकिल तो आप लेके जा सकते हो. But that was one area that probably I don't know, because I am not the right person to talk about it, because I didn't see it, क्योंकि मैंने देखा नहीं है कि क्या अरेंजमेंट था. But I think वो एक जगह है जहाँ की बहुत ज्यादा नीड है कुछ करने का, जिससे कि people with disability can also go and do a dip without dip, because there is so much of नाकाबंदी, हर जगह barricades हैं, तो people can't go with their vehicles.
Correct.
So what is your thoughts on that?
There is one area towards the Arail Ghat on the other side, where it is sector 23 and 24, where Swamiji has organized for people with disabilities. किसी को पैर नहीं है, हाथ नहीं है, and there is a van that gives a leg instantly.
Okay.
You have to go and see to believe this.
Interesting.
Very interesting. And those people who are doing कारीगर people, वो उसका भी पैर नहीं है, वो ही कर रहा है पैर, किसी को पैर बना के दे रहा है वो.
The pain, he or she understands the pain.
When he is making and giving, there is absolutely overwhelming love outpouring. So the other person who comes, the kind of उसका mindset कैसा रहेगा आप सोचिए. The kind of dip that he wanted to take or walk into it, taking a temporary leg and fit himself and get to the dip into the Ganges. So this is something very unique. And on the other side, there was one more camp I saw organized by Puja Swamiji, Chidanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj, is for the health camp for the eyes. They have arrangement for about 10 lakh people eye testing camps. Seva hai bhai, opportunity hai, people are coming. So किसी को पैर नहीं है तो पैर लगाएंगे, कंसेशन में लगाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि एक्सप्लॉयटेशन, पैसा कुछ भी नहीं है, फ्री में लगाएंगे. That we will bear, ashram will bear. Eye test करेंगे, एक ग्लास देके भेजेंगे. It is not that to take something from them. It is a urge to contribute something, give something good memory to them, love to them, and all this is happening on the banks of River Ganga.
And the good part is, in one go at one place, people coming from across India are being, are getting that seva, right? So that's how else would you do that? अगर आपको करना हो.
No, it cannot be explained. Correct.
की बात करते हैं startups में, this is the scale, right? एक जगह you can achieve that scale.
This is the scale, yes.
India, right?
I will get the details of both these. One is that temporary leg arrangement ka koi, and also that eye testing camp. I will get both these details and keep it with me for any reference we can share with them.
The other thing that I want to, I want your thoughts on. See, because of barricades or nakabandi, you can't take your vehicles closer to the ghat, right? But I believe, there are a lot of people who can't walk, right? Because of various reasons. अगर थोड़े से e-rickshaws ज़्यादा होते and if it was managed well, because the route I took from Nag Vasuki temple to the ghat.
Correct.
I see half a dozen e-rickshaws, and that also, usme I spoke to one of the e-rickshaw guy, and he was saying, "Ki sab band kar rahe hain, not letting us go."
Correct.
And a lot of people having trouble. What
Correct.
I realized on the ghat. So family members had to really some lifting them, finding different, especially for the old.
Correct.
I think that's an opportunity where probably startups could look into how you could have e-rickshaws moving up and down, and organize them through an app.
Yeah, organize them through an app, and also booking slots can be fixed so that there is no jam at all the areas. People can be streamlined. Traffic management can happen, of course, again with a caution, in line with regulation and police controls and parking areas, and specifically to deal with all of this, because any vehicle occupies more space than an individual walking. And these places, one should have a minimum ability to walk without notice about 10 kilometers. वो फिटनेस वहां जाके गंगा जी अपने आप में दे रहा है सभी को. This is what is happening.
It's just that when you're talking about 40 crores, अगर हम उसको 0.01% मिले तो you are a chartered accountant, you can tell me what numbers it adds to for people who cannot. See, what I saw there were old elderly people coming in, and family members. Literally, I saw people tying their hands, wrist to their wrist, walking because खो ना जाए भीड़ में.
Correct.
When you're doing that, and if the elderly person is having challenge, see, people coming from village is not a problem because fitness levels are much higher. Problem for Indian, urban Indians, right? जो हमारे habits खराब हो चुके हैं, and then elderly there, people with overweight and all, they want to come आस्था है, but challenge is also there. So अगर कुछ किया जा सके उधर, where at least for जैसे airport में नहीं होता है, where you have moving up and down, some kind of budget, that's an opportunity. That's what I was thinking.
Correct. There were some buggies which are dedicated buggies are available, but they're pre-approved and permitted, licensed, and all that. Otherwise, it's very difficult to maneuver and move in line with the thick and thin of large amount of public which are coming in and going out seamlessly.
Shravani, thank you very much for being on the show. Any final comments that you want to leave the audience with? And we want to see how, as My Startup TV, we can add more value to it. And because when we talk about economy, it starts from grassroots, right? And like I was there on the inauguration of Ayodhya, Ram Temple in Ayodhya last year. I saw the same thing. The local economy builds up.
Correct.
Mahakumbh, again we are seeing the local economy, and in India we are blessed. भारत में हम blessed हैं कि हमें हर स्टेट में कुछ ना कुछ तीर्थ स्थान और उसको इसी तरह से leverage किया जाए तो local economy will build on its own.
Correct, absolutely.
तो अगर 40 करोड़ महाकुंभ के लिए आए तो 10 करोड़ कहीं और भी आ सकते हैं, रामेश्वर भी आ सकते हैं, श्रीनगर भी जा सकते हैं. It's doable. So, final thoughts for you on this?
One another area, after that tiring 20 kilometers walk, I honestly felt if there is a massager for my legs chair kind of a thing, that is a good idea, where I can have about 100 massage chairs installed outside the temporary tents or luxury tents, where people can come, pay some 100 rupees, get massaged and go relaxed. This is one good service. And little hot water is a one good service. These are the two things that I thought can go. Of course, there are opportunities in wellness area, yoga, sanitation, waste management, and all these personal hygiene, Wi-Fi zones, mobile activity, AR, VR activities, and also on and forth. There are a lot of opportunities for youngsters to start anything. There is a grand success, and it is not one time. One should be dedicated. You have to give your life, then it will give you a great life. This is the message.
Now, my thought, I mean, I want to dig that further. कि आप ये बताइए कि जैसे महाकुंभ हम जब सुनते हैं कहते हैं 12 साल, राइट? लेकिन इट्स नॉट समथिंग कि आप अगर कोई चीज करो 12 साल में एक बार ही यूज होगा, क्योंकि हर साल कुंभ होता है, हर 3 साल में कुंभ होता है, हर 6 साल में अर्ध कुंभ होता है. तो दैट इज इट्स अ ऑनगोइंग थिंग.
इट इज
अगर महाकुंभ में 40 करोड़ लोग आ रहे हैं तो नॉर्मल टाइम में 1-2 करोड़ बंदा तो आएगा ही. क्या आप अगर if you're making something or creating something, it's going to be used once in 12 years.
No, it is not that. Correct. Every year, somewhere or the other, one part of the country or the other part, one river or the other, like what I said, Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, Tungabhadra, Penna, There are about a dozen of the rivers, and 12 days continuously, some part of the country keep happening. It is one event expertise is what is required, then it is a replication. It is just that.
So with that, we will end this show. Our first show on MyStartup TV post the hack.
Very happy to be with you. Yeah.
But we'll restart from here. And best to start with a program in Mahakum. Thank you very much. Do join us for our regular shows.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thank you.